We got to get you a raven, huh?
What?
Whoa. No, I was talking to you.
What'd you say?
Why is that up twice? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. We got to get you a raven, huh? I know you do. I guess I don't understand the difference. You've explained it to me, but it seems to me like you'd want a raven before you'd want a crow. Yeah, but a raven. That just sounds cool. John, you're up early. All right, I got my coffee. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Good morning. It is 7:31 Pacific time in the year of our Lord, 2025, January 3rd. And I'm in an anxiety-filled panic over deadlines. My goal today is to ink 10 pages. I'm going to finish the last panel of this page in front of me, and then we will begin. We won't count that last panel as a page. So, yeah, 10 pages. I can do it. I think I can do it. But I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how long it's going to take. But here we go. It's dark out. I have a cup of coffee. I've had breakfast. Hopefully I'll have some friends joining me throughout the inking. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for watching this if you're not watching it live. I am currently inking Book 2 of Table Titans Club, my middle grade graphic novel series. Book 1, in stores now. Book 2, coming soon. Book 3, to be determined. Book 4, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Netflix show. Maybe? That'd be cool. I can dare to dream. All right. Posture is going to be key today. Also, there's a good possibility I will go quiet and zone out and forget I'm streaming at some point because I'm trying to get in the zone here. The ink and zone. Ugh. I don't have any suggestions for you when it comes to tutorials on Clip Studio Paint. Um, there are a bunch. You can YouTube it. There's a ton of people kind of giving pro tips. But there aren't any that I particularly like. Yeah. Every time I look something up, it's because I'm trying to specifically figure out something to do. And I've been trying to think about this because I want to do some videos on using Clip Studio. I think it's an underrated. I mean, I guess it's not an underrated program. I think the program's great, and I think a lot of people are reluctant to use it because there's a learning curve, and that takes time. And if you're teaching yourself how to use a program, you're not getting your work done. So I understand that. It's what kept me from doing it uh, for a while. There's like a commitment to that, um, and I thought the best thing to do would be just to, demonstrate how I use it. Like I'm making comics, so I'm going to show you how I make my comics on it. Um, I assume that anyone watching me do a video on stuff like that, that's what they're going to be interested in anyway. So, right, makes sense. Okay. I bought a Udemy course a while ago. I followed Doug Hills and bought a friend and brushes. Yep. Just bought a dual device subscription. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, you're on your way. Okay. So we're 10 minutes in. I finished that panel. Now I can begin on page 1 of actually inking this. Okay. Um, Clean up my layers real quick. What's this? All right. New layer. Oh. We got a couple buddies here in the chat. Scott Strawbridge and CG Mugridge went to high school together. That's pretty cool. Got a couple Canucks in here this morning. Mark the time. I officially started inking the first of my 10 pages at 7:43. Good news, Angie. Lucy's coming to help. She really is.
Get out.
Hi, Lucy Lou. Come here. Let me give you a little head scratch. That'll make me feel better. Oh, yeah. Get that belly. Oh, yeah, right underneath there. There you go, Lucy. There's a head scratch. Scritch. You leave your mom alone in the kitchen, okay? She hates it when you're in there. She hates it when you're in there. Okay. I love you, Lucy.
See, come on, get out of here.
What'd I just say? She doesn't like you in the kitchen, man.
Lucy? Hey, are you kidding me?
What is it? What is that?
Butter.
She just grabbed the butter off of the goddamn counter again? Happy Friday, everybody.
This dog.
I just told the animal to stay out of the kitchen. So she goes in and counter surfs and gets, I don't know, a quarter stick of butter?
Like maybe 3 tablespoons.
3 tablespoons of butter right off the damn counter and into her mouth.
I was buttering a loaf pan, so I had pulled it
Sure.
over here so I could butter it, and then
Lucy.
that scared yet? Well, you shouldn't do. Get out. Okay. I'm gonna kill her.
Put the gate thing up.
Then she can't get to you.
Oh, she'll be fine. Somehow she'll survive. Oh, Scott, you have beagles? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Bassets are bad enough. And this one thinks she's a beagle.
Lucy.
Did I draw him with a... I did. Yeah, I had a beagle once when I was in college, and I was living at home, and he dug up my dad's backyard, and they were like, if you're living here, the dog's got to go. You got to find him a new home. His name was Bandit. And I rehomed him in a family that had a farm. And in Texas. And I used to get updates from the girls. The girls were kind of like junior high, a little bit older age, and they would call me and give me updates on Bandit. And then one day I stopped getting calls from them, and it was a while, and I was like, oh no, I wonder something happened. So I called, and it turned out there was a goat next door that used to headbutt the fence that Bandit would sleep against. So the goat was in his yard and Bandit was in his yard, and the goat would know he was on the other side of the fence and would headbutt the fence. And according to the girls, one day Bandit decided, I'm done with that. And he climbed on the woodpile and went over the fence and ripped out the goat's throat. And so for fear that they would want them to put Bandit down, they rehomed him. And I don't know where he ended up. But yeah. I don't like thinking about that. I was too young to be. Well, I wasn't too young, but I was certainly too irresponsible. I wasn't ready to have a dog. And I certainly didn't know what went into owning a beagle, so shouldn't have done it. Should not have done it. And my big fear is that they did have to put Bandit down, and they didn't want to tell me. So I get to worry about that for the rest of my life. Lucy, come here. Shut up, Charlie. Come on. Lucy. Scott, have you seen the TikTok account that's cooking with beagles? Where that guy has two beagles and he tries to cook stuff with them, like on the table with them. You should look that up. Lucy, come here. Lucy. Hey, hound dog. Come here. Stop counter surfing. Lay down. Lucy, no. Yeah, Lucy better run. She's about to get roasted on a spit. She's so food obsessed. It's really, I've never had a dog. I mean, Bassets are super food obsessed. It's not like that's a mystery. But this one, my God, she just goes into a fugue state. There's no other way to put it. This panel. Okay, come on, Scott. Oh, they are. They'll eat any kind of paper. They love paper towels. They love ripping up paper towels. Lucy, come here. Hey. Uh-oh, the nose is down. Sniff, 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 sniff. Hey, come here. Come here and lay down. You gotta be careful with that sniffer, buddy. It's gonna get you in lots of trouble. Place. Lucy, place. Lay down. Place. Now. Turn around. Come over here. Spin around. Place. Right there. Lay down. God, you're still licking your chops. Lay down. You're cutting into my time. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. We need to talk about the 10 cats and a dog situation. Because that's madness. I mean, do all of them get along? You tell me all those cats get along. Okay. So here's the real question that everybody wants to know. What's the litter sitch? Because the way I'm picturing it, your whole house smells like cat piss. And wait a minute, aren't you in like an apartment? You're not even in a house, are you? Oh, you got those robot litter boxes? Those are awesome. Okay, a condo, I guess, is doable. I guess. I'll accept it under duress. I'll accept it. Under protest. How about that? How often do you change the litter boxes? I was real bad about that when I had Scratch. You got to change that every day, right? With 10 cats? Yeah. Right. I mean, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, man. But I mean, if you love them, right? What are you going to do? Think about all those kitty cats you're giving homes to. You're doing the Lord's work. Yeesh. Most of them are special needs. Good golly, Miss Molly. Hey, how's your name? The female, Lucy. That's your name. Get your ass back in here. Okay, hold on. I don't like this at all. I need to clean this up a bit. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you really just ring that bell? God, I hate you today. Lucy? It's just I can't catch a fucking break. One moment, please. Yeah, that was good. You did it. Nope. Oh, jeez. Dear Scott, if you were approached by Epic to put Skull in Fortnite, would you have any specific requirements for how he's depicted? That will never happen. That would be awesome, and not really. I mean, uh, most Fortnite skins are pretty straightforward. I'd want him to look pretty goofy or happy, and that'd be a lot of fun. How bad does your hand cramp after a jaunt like this, Scott? Are you on a Cintiq? I am on a Cintiq. My hand does not cramp up. I've never had that problem. Um, I don't press down. I have a very light touch. I don't like to press down really hard. So my problem isn't my hand. It's my posture. It's my back, and I'm I have to be real careful about remembering to um, keep decent posture, um, and relax my shoulders, not bunch up my shoulders. That's where I screw up. I was taught at a pretty early age to have a light grip, and I just kind of naturally do. So, um, my eyes will go cross too if I'm not careful. I gotta watch my eye focus. So I got all kinds of problems, but it's not the hand. Same for when I'm like signing books. It's not an issue. It's more my eyes and my back and all that stuff. I'm in the zone. I forgot I was streaming for a little bit. Ow. Okay, my hand hurts when I bang it on the desk accidentally. Then it hurts. Um, I don't tend to listen to music when I work. I I listen to TV. I put on TV shows or podcasts or YouTube and listen to like people debate flat earthers. Talking for some reason. I think I want to feel like there's someone in the room with me. I don't know. Like right now, I'd be playing a podcast, something I can ignore or miss if it's like a audiobook. I'm in trouble because I'll lose track of it. Yeah, I'll be listening to an audiobook, and then I'll be like, what happened? What did I miss?" It's not gonna work. What's really great to listen to in the background while you're drawing is Law& and Order. You can listen to an episode of Law& and Order, never look at the screen, and miss nothing. It is 100% an audio play. It's like listening to a radio show. It's really, really easy to listen to. You could not look at it once and miss nothing. You'll know everything that happened during the episode. Every once in a while, you might be compelled to look up, but for the most part, no. I like SVU, but any of the Law& and Orders will work. I do have a crush on Bushka Argate, so it's not surprising. Hmm. You got your headphones today, D? You want to talk? Oh. No, the background is not something I built in 3D first. The backgrounds are drawn by a wonderful cartoonist who lives in Texas. His name's Chad Townsend, and he used to work in animation, and he would draw backgrounds and props for animation. And he did those backgrounds for me, and I will never be able to repay him for it because it's going to make the book shine. All right, hold on, D. You put my headphones in myself. All right. Where's Discord? I am sending you an invite link via Discord. Do this. Oh God. All right. Whoa. What happened to my? All right. In fact, let me just get rid of it completely. D.
Hello.
Hey.
You get this. No anything. So many like podcasts and stuff like that where I'm like, I'm not putting myself together.
Oh God, listen, I don't even have my camera on. I showered before I went to bed last night, and then I woke up this morning and I was like, well, I'm not having my camera on today. I have a whole lighting rig and stuff I need to set up, but it was in the room that I previously used as an office, and I didn't set it up in time for this. So
Yeah, I have stopped caring to a certain degree. Like, there's the disaster behind me that needs to be cleaned up.
oh
I'm
yeah,
just like, figure I draw myself in the comic strip on the toilet. The world can stand me with bedhead.
exactly. We're not fooling anybody. We're not fooling anyone.
Yes.
Everyone knows what's going on with us. We're artists. What am I doing here? What the frick? Is that just the oh, okay. Gotcha. So how have you been, man? I haven't talked to you in such a long time.
Yeah, it's been a good few years. Chaotic but good ish.
Yeah, I mean, I know as much as I can know from, reading Finding D, which I figure is pretty accurate.
Yeah, it keeps
No.
I keep most of the angst out of it, basically. Or I keep most of the realistic angst out of it, and I put it in the cartoony angst because that's a little funnier. But yeah. We moved out. We're in Pennsylvania now, which is far sight better than Florida and has seasons, which I missed. Cost of living is a lot better, so thankfully I can, I've got I've got a day job. It pays the bills ish, not really. I'm like making crap compared to what I used to make, but the light's still on. We were able to get into a house and actually afford it.
Nice.
Because the cost of living here is a lot cheaper. And it enables me to continue drawing what I want to draw as opposed to constantly having to draw what other people want me to draw.
Yeah, well, that's the trick, right?
Yep. So yeah, I'm keeping at it. Right now I'm actually working on some roughs in the background for a project I'm doing comic pages on. So I do have to take on other projects, but I try to do that as little as possible, or at least get real choosy with the projects.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm starting to get the impression that capitalism does not favor artists. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think artists were really a consideration when it came to capitalism.
No. We are absolutely on the how can we replace them with a machine before computers were even a thing.
Yeah. Exactly. What did you think about the Rubens?
Oh my god. So the Rubens were I still like they put the awards up online on YouTube finally, the actual show. And my partner Heidi, she's like, "Oh my god, the Rubens went up finally. We're watching it." She's like, "Why? Oh, you really want to watch it?" It's like, "No, you need to watch it." I'm like, "Why?" Because you're eating yourself up. You're in one of those "I suck, why do I even bother" moods, and you're going to go watch a lot of people who all gave you got lots of compliments for 3 days.
Yeah.
You know, that whole thing of, it's so easy being in this bubble where, even with social media, we don't really have interactions with a lot of people about the stuff we do. We're working on our little caves in our bubbles, and it is really easy to be like, nothing I do matters. No one gives a shit.
What is it with that? Why are we doing this to ourselves? I'm doing it too.
I remember yesterday, and yeah, I have a therapist, and I have had to determine, and I've had like ugly cry sessions when I figured out little things like, oh wait, I'm doing this to myself because of. I think a lot of it is when we expect the worst out of any situation, and then the worst happens even a little bit. I think we get the same weird dopamine rush in our brains we get anytime we're right about something. And so we end up craving that familiar, comfortable pathway of disappointment. And it's like a weird comfort food for our brains that we're like, we really shouldn't want, but we do because I feed into it. I figure out all these ways to say, yeah, well, I can look at my Patreon and be like, well, I'm paying my cable bill and like 2 streaming services. That's it. Oh, I suck. I'm a failure and all that jazz. And
Yeah.
it's really, really easy to fall into that. Honestly, I've been reminding myself of that mantra that you've been putting out lately about, finding that satisfaction in the work, because all the external stuff goes away. But that
Yeah.
I did a strip that I'm proud of, or I drew a page that I really think I pushed myself. I'm trying to get back into that mindset of competing against myself, not everyone else in the world.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, it's really, really tough because we are kind of, I think both of us are very trained to try to figure out a way to discount any kind of logic or reasoning that will get us out of that negative headspace. There's a part of our brains that are like, no, we want to wallow. We want to be Gollum in our cave because the cave is cozy.
Yeah. Yeah. I was talking to my wife yesterday about how I went off kind of in chat about all that stuff, and that I told everyone that she was trying to remind me that I decided I wanted to do this, and then within 6 months I had an agent and a book series sold.
Yep.
But I don't count that as a win, right? But I still sit here and go, "Oh, should I really be doing this? You know, is it responsible for me to be, trying to do a book series? There's no guarantee it's going to work, blah 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 blah." It's like you just gloss right over.
Yeah, it's
It.
so
It's
easy to find all the little pathways to
yeah.
avoid accepting the positive thing. Like you were saying, you have a financial planner telling you, no, you're doing something very responsible.
Yeah. Well,
This is a
like
person whose job.
yeah, that was so funny because he was like, "Well, didn't your grandmother leave you a bunch of money?" And I go, "Well, she left me some, yeah." He's like, "Well, why don't you just live off that until the book stuff takes off?" I'm like, "Well, that doesn't seem responsible." And he's like, "Why? What else are you gonna do with it? You know, it's not
Yep.
like you're doing it so you can stay home and do PlayStation all day or something. That's not what you're doing. So
Yeah.
what's the issue?" I'm
Yeah.
like,
You're
"I don't
working to
know."
build something you've been very successful at whenever you put your mind to it. You are good at getting this stuff done, obviously. You know.
Hmm.
Every time I go into, I swear, I'm one of those people. I've been lucky enough to make friends with a number of cartoonists over the years. I still get a thrill if I go into a Target and I'll spot the book out of the corner of my eyes. I'm like, there it is. I know the person. I know the person who did that. I love seeing it. It's great.
It's crazy. That is crazy that the book was in Target. I don't know if it's still
Yeah.
in Target.
I
I
don't
think
remember the
I
last
think
time
at
I
some
was in a
point
Target.
they return it. After a while, they return what they don't sell.
Yeah.
But that's every book. That's all of them.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't have a lot of stuff that makes it out into the wide world, but boy, anytime you see anything that does, that's a thrill and a half. I still have
Yeah,
that
it's
whole
nice.
self-publishing thing where if it gets into a bookstore, it's because I walked it into that bookstore and convinced somebody to carry it.
Yeah.
But like I do a lot of graphic design project work still. It's my main job, and the town I live in, I peed all over this town. So there's all these restaurants where it's like there's a restaurant and they have all these microbrewery things, and I get to go in there and be like, I designed every logo in this building. You can all suck it. It's mine. But I got a friend I've known since high school, and he does can labels for this brewery in Brooklyn, and I found those in a place local, like a tiny little nowhere bar local in this middle of nowhere town in Western Pennsylvania. And I'm like, holy shit, that's my friend Earl's art. We used to do sleepovers in high school and watch the old 60s Spider-Man cartoon show at 2 in the morning and laugh our asses off because everything is funnier at 2 in the morning.
Yeah. You
I
gotta
love seeing
take
that
these
shit in the
wins
wild.
when they come.
Yeah,
You gotta.
and that's one of the, I drew those strips. I did like I think 5 or 6 strips after the Rubens where those were so fucking hard to draw because they're strips that are exclusively about me reminding myself that a good thing happened, and that was so fucking hard. Like my imposter syndrome was screaming at me with every line I was trying to draw, but I knew I had to kind of put those down. Hey, it's the point of my strip is to catalog crap that's actually happening in my life, which was never the plan, but it happened. But I'm glad I did because it's like every now and again I need to actually pull those up or pull those pictures up and be like, I got to hang out and sit at a table with Lynn Johnson and she told me my expressions and body language were really, really good. And I'm like,
Yeah, come on.
yeah, I can't pretend that didn't fucking happen. And I got to remind myself of that. It's like, yeah, external validation is something that only goes so far to a certain degree, but on the same token, it is a thing that happened, it existed, and I got to remind myself of that every now and again when those little voices in my head are telling me I suck or that nothing I do matters, no one really gives a crap, and um, there, I got to take those moments and remind myself of them, of getting to meet all these different people. Jim Borgman, who draws Zits, came up to meet me because somebody told me that they needed to come talk to me.
Oh wow, Jim's great.
Yeah, he was so awesome, and he kept bumping up like, gave me the phone number so I could send him selfies. I'm like, I have his phone number.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Rubens was awesome. It's in Boston this year, and we have no, I haven't even the submissions haven't even opened yet. No idea if I'm going to be nominated again. I'm going to try. I'm going to shoot for it. I'll do the same thing I did last year. I'll put like 2 strips up against each other and have people vote on them on social media as a way of saying, what do you think I should submit, this one or this one? Which is that was a lot of fun. I did that last year. It gave me a good idea of what people actually like because I have no clue when I'm working on a strip if anyone's going to find it funny or like it or anything.
Right.
And to a certain degree, yes, it's engagement bait, but I feel like it's positive engagement bait.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'll submit them. But we're going regardless. We've already decided we're already starting to save up for it. It's in Boston, which means we don't have to take a plane. We can drive. It's like 11 hours, but that's doable. That way we can actually hopefully stay at the host hotel, not 20 miles away like we did in San Diego. It's because I want to be at the host hotel so I can sit in the bar and hang out and draw with cartoonists all night and not be like, I have to drive home in an unfamiliar city in the dark. Bye.
Jeez. Yeah, that is nice.
So yeah, we're going anyway because it was such a charge. Everything that happened that week, those few days was such a freaking wild experience. And one of the few times, like I've been working conventions now for close to 25
Jeez,
years.
no
And
kidding.
I know I don't like thinking about the passage of time. Like, every now and again, like I'll pull out like the PvP issue where you ran my guest strips, and I'm like, oh my god, there were so many zeros in the year when that came out. The
It's
passage
something.
of time is a beast. But yeah, it was so much fun, and I made that joke in the strip, and I actually had to ask, like, I had to afterwards. I was talking to like Jamar Nicholas and Brad and Dave, who I finally actually got to meet at the show, and they're so fucking nice.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like, when the names were read out, my name got an audible pop louder than the other two names in my category. I did not win, but I feel like I won the wet t-shirt contest, if that makes sense. And I'm like, that happened, right? I didn't just have a stroke when my name was called out. But I loved watching that on the video because I remember turning to Heidi. She's sitting on the couch, and I'm like, I wonder if you're going to be able to see our heads at any point during the thing. And almost 10 seconds later, they were like, okay, well, all the nominees stand up, and my head filled a third of the screen. I was apparently sitting
geez.
right in front of the camera, and I'm like, found my head, found my enormous Shrek head. Of course, Heidi's all like, sit down, donkey.
Yeah, winning awards is awesome for two things. It's good for the night you win it, and then it's good every once in a while when someone in comics is being a prick and you have the award and they don't, and you get to go, yeah, but you don't have this award.
Yeah, I would.
When I got mad at Ethan Van Sciver for being such a piece of shit, and he was like,
yeah,
dude, you're not even in comics, you're not even a part of comics. And I was like, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I was polishing my Eisner. That's the most I got out of that award.
Oh my god.
Because he don't have one and I do.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna remember that one. Oh, fuck him. Fuck him so much.
Oh, I had a question for you. I was going to ask this. I was thinking about this yesterday. The first question I was going to ask you immediately. Okay. So, do you ever like wake up in the middle of the night and feel guilty because you don't draw Dandy anymore?
Yes. Yes, I
Isn't
do.
that weird?
It is very, very weird. Those characters still kind of live rent-free in my head, and they still really like to make sure it's known that they're not happy about. What I do, though, is because of the nature of my strip, I will then do a strip where Dandy will come and be a pain in my ass. So I, at the very least, get to turn it into something.
That we feel that.
Yeah, I feel bad for every project that I've ever worked on that I ended for one reason, for any reason. Every now and again, I'll have a moment where I'm like, oh, I should have drawn more of Dandy. I should have drawn more of the Wellkeeper or this or Marjorie or whatever. Because I've done a bunch of projects, and a lot of them just floundered. And I used to beat myself up over the fact that the one project that I was working on that was finding footing was just me talking about my everyday life. And I'm like, but I've created all of these magical worlds full of whimsical wonder, and you just want to hear me? Okay, here, I'll talk about my boobs and constipation. You guys seem to like that.
Yeah, well, you don't get to choose what everybody likes. That's the hard part.
And then
You
like I
don't
go
get to
around
choose that part.
and you start reading and learning. That is very common. Like how many musicians are like I think the Beastie Boys have constantly pissed and moaned that like everyone loves you've got to fight for your right to party. It's like this thing
Well,
that we thought was a throwaway project.
we watched the Yacht Rock documentary and how involved Toto was in that whole music movement.
Hmm.
And their only number one hit was Africa, and all of them hate that song. And they didn't understand the lyrics at all. They didn't get it. They didn't understand why the guy wrote it. Yeah, you don't get to choose what everybody likes. So I'm doing this, book, and I thought it'd be fun to have the PvP crew be all the counselors. And it comes time to draw Max, who I've drawn a bajillion times, and I go to draw him. I don't remember how to draw him. And I'm like, wait, what? How does his hair go? Wait, what? And I was like, I just immediately felt so bad, like, oh no, I
Yeah.
forgot how to draw him. I felt guilty.
I get that. I absolutely get that. I did
Like,
a
these were
storyline where
these were my peeps. For how many years? 25 years? Or 24 years almost, I drew PvP. And I
give or
forget
take.
how to draw them.
You just feel like they're coming out of the clouds like Mufasa. Scott, you have forgotten me.
Yeah. And I guarantee, I swear to God, every time I draw Skull, even just a sketch or something, I always say, "Hey, buddy, I don't know why, but I feel compelled to do it."
Well, we draw these characters and they kind of live rent free in our heads for however many years we're working on them. They,
They do, but
they're
that's
not they're not like yeah.
the hard part, man, is sometimes you got to let those guys go. You got to move on,
Yep.
especially if it's not working.
Yeah, I stopped doing Dandy kind of on and off in that general like I'm on hiatus thing.
Yeah.
Around 2011, give or take. I was in a really bad place. I was working on other projects that I was a little bit more inspired by. I wanted to move on, and I wanted to do serious comics for a while, and all that shit. And eventually went back in 2014 and did it for another 4 years. And because I'd let the website lapse financially, I wasn't able to keep the website going. I lost all the readers. Like none of them came back when I was just putting
Yeah.
up on that whole oh, you can step away and your readers will no, they will not.
Nope.
They will not wait for you or follow you to another
Every one of my
project.
readers completely understood why I had to take time to take care of my dad. No one was mad I wasn't putting up PvP on the reg, but they all left, and you don't get them back.
Yeah, and they don't transfer from one project to the other, I found.
Not really. I mean, I don't know. Things are so different now. He really screwed up social media so bad.
Oh, God, yes.
There's no reach anymore. Substack's the only place I get any reach at all. And that's because it's technically a mailing list.
I'm struggling, but my mailing list is growing, but I've got like no engagement there. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm sticking with it. Every day it's like, so I've been doing this Fighting D long enough now that I've got a buffer of enough strips to where I can work on one new strip a week, so I can have time to do the other things I got to get done in my week. And then the rest of the week I've got enough like reruns that people have not seen or haven't seen in long enough that they feel fresh.
Yeah.
And I've been finding that posting something daily is definitely helping with my overall engagement. Like people are commenting more, engaging more, which all these years later, I still need that dopamine hit of the comment.
Yes, that's what one of the hard things about doing this book is that I feel like my time as being relevant has passed because I'm not doing, I feel like I'm not making anything anymore. And it's only because I'm not getting that dopamine hit.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing from everybody every day, right? Which, if you think about it, is really frickin' it's really frickin' egotistical. Or what's the
Yeah.
word I'm
Oh,
looking for? Self-indulgent.
I can see that because I have the exact same. Anytime I've got this series of novels that I started during the pandemic, and it's not a daily thing where I can update if I'm working on stuff and say, "Hey, everyone, check out this paragraph."
Right.
And so you don't with something like that where you're building towards a book release, you can't every single day give something away and get that fresh dopamine hit. You're like,
No.
do I even exist anymore?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's brutal because it is very much like we've become addicts to the dopamine hit of the early 2000s webcomic scene.
We've been playing video games with my niece's elementary school teacher.
Her former teacher.
Her former teacher, yeah. But he used to be like a tournament level Overwatch player, so he plays video games all the time with us. But he's like, he was real time like discovering who I was while we were playing one day, and he's like, "Whoa, you're on D&D Beyond? Whoa, you went to a bunch of PAXs?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah." And Brian's like, my brother's like, "Geez, I can't count the number of PAXs we've been to." And he's like, "Wow, you're kind of a big deal." And I'm like, "I used to be." It's like, I don't know why I had to put it that way, but that's how it felt. Like I needed to qualify it.
Yeah. It's if you don't do the qualification, you're like, oh, if I don't do this qualification, my brain will eat myself for accepting the compliment. How dare I?
Yeah.
And the punishment will come, or you believe the punishment will come because you will apply the punishment yourself.
Oh yeah, it's coming because I'm going to deliver it. Babe, you can put on TV if you want. It's not going to bother me.
Just needed a little bit of a break. And I needed to check on the bread. It needs to rise more.
When two cartoonists are working on their stuff and forget that they're both supposed to be talking.
Well, that happens all the time.
Yep.
Okay. Save duplicate PSD file save. Okay. Started at 7:30. It's officially 9, and I finished one page. All right. Well, that was a special circumstance because that one panel required me to come up with actual working perspective. All right. So that doesn't count. As a typical page. All right. Let's go back to sketches, and we're now on page 102, 103. Cool. All right. So this is going to require custom border because we're in the fantasy world.
Ah,
And my editor really feels that we're in the when we're in the fantasy world, the borders should look like scroll work or something. And I was like, they're like, then how else will they know that it's a fantasy scene? And I was like, because it doesn't take place in the real world anymore from context. Please don't make me draw these panels. She's like, no, I think it needs something special. I love working with my editor. I love the collaborative process, but it doesn't come without its difficulties. There's just some things I don't know why, but I'm so reluctant to.
well, we've both of us done, played by our own rules for the longest time, and all of a sudden you have somebody else actually sitting there saying, "Yeah, but that can." I've been working for a while now with a friend of mine, drawing her webcomic. It's called Giant Girl Adventures, and having someone who actually says, "Yeah, that doesn't look right. You have to fix the eyes there or something." That took a beating on my ego for a while.
Oh man, it's no good. And then like, I have so many friends that do this that are like, by the way, it's your book, and if the editor gives you a suggestion you don't like it, you're allowed to just go, no. You're gonna, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you have to decide what hills are worth dying on. And they're like, oh, definitely, definitely. And so the panels, I think she's right. I don't. It's a dumb cartooning thing. Like it's a dumb cartooning hang up that I want really nice, clean panels all the time.
Mhm.
That's an eccentric thing with me. That doesn't mean that's just how I feel. It doesn't mean that it's true. That the panel looks better when it's different. But what was I going to
Yeah.
say? Oh, uh, there was a scene in book 1 where it was during a D&D game sequence, and they encounter these bandits,
Mhm.
and Alan's character goes, "We protect these woods from bandits. Drop your swords." And then the bandits go, "No, we rob people. Drop your swords." And then and then Val pops in and goes, "Why doesn't everyone drop their swords? We just have a picnic." And they all look at her, and she goes, I have fruits and nuts." But there's a beat panel, right, where you have that panel
Mhm.
where they're like, "Huh?" And they
Yeah.
were like, "Hey, can we remove this beat panel? It seems really awkward." And it's like, "Oh no, that's a thing." And so like I said to my wife, I'm like, I don't know what to do, because if I can't just explain like, no, see, in cartooning you want these beat panels because that's what makes the humor, it's not
Yeah, that's
awkward, it's what makes it funny. And she's like, why can't you just explain that? And I'm like, because I'm a guy and my editor is a female, and now I'm mansplaining comics to my editor. What are you talking? I can't. What do I do? So I just didn't change it. Plus, she's probably, well, no, not that case. I'll die by that
Oh,
on
yeah.
that hill.
Yeah, you
I
need
need
those
my pause.
beats.
I like my pause panels. I like those jokes.
Yep, that's a hill I would have chosen to throw myself on as well, because yeah, that kind of pacing is what makes the gags work, what pushes, you know, that kind of stuff around and makes it work. That's that
Yeah.
classic silent third Charles Schultz peanut panel.
Yeah, you
know,
need that.
That's what creates the passage of time, that moment that a comedian could pause to take a breath and make that joke work.
Right.
Yep.
Excuse me. Okay. So let me label this clearly.
What do you think?
What? Is it baked?
No, I've got to bake it. It's been rising.
I'm excited. Let me see. What do you mean? It's just a loaf of bread.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like
Hi, baby.
full size. It's going to be kind of small.
Yay. I'm excited. Angie's making me bread.
Ooh.
She's making sourdough normally, but this time she's trying just to make regular sandwich bread. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Lucy Lou. Get down. Oh. So you didn't use the sourdough starter for that?
No. When I tried to make sandwich bread with the sourdough starter last time,
Yeah.
the bread was really dry.
Mm.
I have since found some recipes for sourdough sandwich bread, which are supposed to be really soft. But because you're working with sourdough,
Ooh. Whoa. Yeah.
it takes longer if you've got your thing rolled up. Lift your foot. She's staring out the window.
Yeah, she likes looking out the window.
Anyway, so I thought I would try just regular sandwich bread for you, and we'll see. I hope it would.
Please don't eat my ear pod. Would you not do that? Thank you.
Rise, but
Hi, buddy. Whoa, your nails.
yeah, eat the microphone. I'm sure everybody loves that. Lucy saying hi.
That's the microphone.
Bit it and licked it.
She bit it? I didn't even see that. Hey. Hi, buddy. I got a ink, bud. You just want to be held? I get it. It's going to be that kind of a year where everybody just wants to be held. Oh, honey.
Understandable.
Hi. Yeah, I don't know what to do for my friends in 2025 with all this shit. I don't know how to best be there for them, but it scares the hell out of me, man. When you see
Well, I
Trump
can definitely say,
on stage going, "We're going to stop the transgender lunacy." It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. What are you talking about?
I was listening into that one conversation where you were calling somebody out for their connection to the Comicsgate bullshit. Just straight out of nowhere. You know what? As a transgender lunacy person, I felt really fucking nice. I'm just gonna say that.
That group is no bueno, man.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you don't know what to do because you feel like you forget, right? You see someone, first of all, I should be paying attention. But then you go, well, shit, if I'm not paying attention to them, now I'm letting them get away with all that crap, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I should pay attention to it because I need to speak out against it, right? Isn't that the right thing to do? But then if I say something, they just take it and monetize it and amplify it, and then I've helped them. I've not hurt them.
Yeah, that's the thing. You monetize the argument, and I don't get engaged in that stuff. And I've got more reason than a lot of other people to want to get engaged. I just use what
I feel like you've
it's
got more reason than most to not want to get engaged, man, because you got to protect your mental health and your happiness too.
yeah, and I just need to function in my day to day.
Yeah.
And I do my bit with my strip. When I have something to say that's relevant to the topic, that's not me just getting up on a soapbox, because I decided a long time ago I did not want the strip to become that. I did not want it to be to where I have some straw man character who's making an internet argument and I'm railing against it. I really didn't want to be that comic strip. I wanted to be the comic strip that real early on when I started, the whole idea was I started it as a blog, and the blog turned negative so goddamn fast. Like, all I was doing was pissing and moaning and whining. So I'm like, well, if I make it into a comic strip and force myself to keep for the rules of a comic strip, it should be kind of funny. I have to figure out a way to put a humorous slant on sometimes negative situations. And maybe if cartoon me can figure out how to do that, real world me can work on that shit.
Well, also, and the good thing about Finding D is it follows what I like to call well, there's two things that I really like. First thing it does that I like is it does a thing that Schitt's Creek does, where you're not going to address that stuff, that anti-trans stuff, maybe because you don't want to, but also what you're doing by not writing about that all the time is you're creating the world like Schitt's Creek does, where why don't we just create the world the way we wish it was, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, no one questioned David getting engaged to Patrick. There was no episode where there was someone in Schitt's Creek that had a problem with it, And it's because they just wanted to write about a town where it all just kind of works like it should. And so there's something to that. That's the first thing that I think I like about Finding. The second thing I like about Finding. The first thing I really like about it is you're being vulnerable and you're sharing what it's like, what you're going through, and it's incredibly human. It's incredibly human and relatable, and I think that that's incredibly huge. That's huge. I think, because I don't know what it's like, but I get to see a little peek into it. And it's so, for lack of a better term, it's so normal. It's so universal. That's the better term. It's so very universal. And it's interesting and fun to see you through those strips experiencing the joy of it, the discovery of it, the discovery of the weird stuff. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's very inspiring. I like it a lot.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, showcasing it as normalcy is something I decided on real early, because it's how we live our lives out here. Like, I've known a lot of people who are like, oh, they're either out there and trying to kick the door in constantly, like in that hyper aggressive mode where it's look at me, look at me, look at me, or they're kind of hiding. And we just wanted to be like, you know what? We're regulars in our neighborhood. We go to the pizza place, we go to the grocery store, we see these people all the time. My whole goal has just been to just live my life, the same damn way I was living it before, but just more authentically. And that has been what I found in the strip. Real early on, I did a strip where all it was, and this is the strip that really let me know what I wanted to do with it. It was an Indiana Jones parody where I'm like coming into an ancient temple and I'm, avoiding the giant rock and all that jazz. And I find the idol. And at the end, it cuts back to reality. And all it is that I found a bra that is both cheap, cute, and fits.
Yeah.
And to me, that was a brand new experience. I had just been out about a year at that point. And it had been a factor of like, oh God, it's either it's the Venn diagram of only two at any one point. You can never have all three. And I'm like, this is kind of cute. It fits and I can afford it. Yay. And And that was the strip where I had like dozens of reactions from cisgender women who are like, oh my God, yes, this is such the struggle. And I'm like, this is what the strip needs to be about, that all of these experiences I'm having are just human experiences. They're just everyday person experiences that aren't some kind of unique to me because of this thing that I am. It's just the world.
Yeah. I love that. My buddy Rob, who is a literature teacher in high school, I was visiting his class one time, and I was in between different different classes I was going to be in, talking about comics and stuff and what I do. And I was hanging out in his room, and he was teaching Chaucer at the time. And he's like, okay, so in the Knight's Tale, he was sent out by the Queen because he had been, I guess, misogynistic in the Knight's Tale, and the Queen sent him on a quest to discover what it is that women truly want. And I said, if he didn't come back and say a bra without an underwire that breaks in the middle of the day and starts poking you in the side of the boob, he failed his quest. And Rob was like, what did you say? I was like, apparently bras have this underwire in them, and then halfway through the day they'll break, and then your wife has to go through the whole day being poked in the side of the boob because the underwire
Yes.
broke. And that's not great. I can't tell you how many times my wife's come home with a broken underwire she ripped out of her bra.
You have enough of them, you can just make the glaive from Krull.
Harry Carr asks, hey Scott, what's up with the Wants a podcast? Are you asking me about what's up with my podcast because I want one? Or is there a specific podcast called, oh, the Mark and Scott Want a Podcast? Well, the thing about that is Mark and Scott do want a podcast, but Scott also wants Mark to make more time for it. And he's not. He's been we had the holidays, and then he's been throwing shows in Dallas. So that's what's up. But we're definitely going to do more of it.
Okay, I think that's good.
Is your boy in your chair?
Where is that? Okay. Mark.
Get up. Sorry. Get up. Lucy, leave him alone.
I like those little the little dotted lines from the eye.
Oh, thanks.
Lucy. Lucy. Leave him alone.
God, she's such a bully. That's not going to work. I need a picture of a dice that is acting on a number. Hold on. Nah, I don't want her. Lucy, come in here. Hey, kid. Lucy.
I'm home.
Hey, come here. Come here. Or not.
Where are you? Where are you? Are you in development? Are you here? God, my file saving program. My file saving sucks so bad. Hmm.
Are you whispering in there or listening to TikToks? Oh, Jesus. I thought you were casting a fucking spell or something. Good Lord.
Oh, where the hell did I put that sketch?
What's happening? What? Why can't I draw on this? Hello? Hello, computer. Okay, there we go.
Computer.
Computer? Why don't you try the keyboard? How quaint. And then he types literally nothing. Clearly nothing. He types on that keyboard like someone who has never used a keyboard before in his life. It's the dumbest part of that whole damn movie. I've always hated it.
Okay, that's not being found. Media. There it is.
Okay. Oh, I forgot his damn. Okay.
Oh, where are you? There you are. Ah, there it is. Okay. Muttering to myself while I try to remember where the hell my files are all saved.
Yeah, gotta make them Photoshop noises, as my wife calls them. When we're in the same room together and I'm working, she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Huh?" She's like, "You made some weird noise." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." Because I'll be sitting here and I'll draw something where it's not supposed to go, and I'll go, "Oh, bleh, wait." Mm. So are you
Yeah.
talking to me? And I'm like, "No, Photoshop noise." She's like, "Okay."
90% of the time, if I'm making weird noises, at this point, Heidi will just be like, "Did you draw on the wrong layer?" I'm like, I drew on the
Yeah,
wrong layer.
well, that's always the thing.
Why do we even have that layer? Upload. Where are you? There you are. Okay. I have got some lunch to attend to, so I'm going to be checking
Yeah,
out of the show. However,
no problem.
before we leave, I do have to point out that me doing with the comic I'm doing right now, you are partly responsible for, whether you know it or not.
How so?
So, turn the clock back many years ago during
Okay.
one of our conversations when I was driving home from work and we were on the phone and gabbing. And
Okay.
you had pointed out to me in that conversation that while you enjoyed the work I was doing on Dandy and Company, one of the things you liked best was when I appeared as the cartoonist. You pointed out that those were some of your favorite. You really liked those gags, that little examination of cartooning from that point of view, and recommended that might be a good idea for the strip moving forward.
Oh God, did I really?
Yes,
Who the
you were.
who the fuck was I to tell you that shit? I'm sorry, dude.
No, you were pitching names and like taking advantage of my last name. I think one of them was like fish strips or something like that. And I kept that in the back of my head because
Well,
you were not the only person to say I really liked those strips you do when you're doing yourself drawing the comic.
yeah, it was good.
And when finally I was in a position where I'd come out, it had been about a year, and I had a year of people saying, "Oh, you should do a comic about that. You should do a comic about that. You should do a comic about that." And yeah, it stuck.
You're the only transgender cartoonist I know that survived the Straubening and doesn't hate me now.
I
Because Chris went around telling everyone that I was harassing a mutual friend we had that transitioned, even though
I
I was no
I have
longer.
no idea about any of that. I was
Yeah, I'm
unaware of any of
glad.
that.
But like Maydeen has me blocked and hates me, and um, I don't remember. I don't want to dead name them because I don't know their new name. But a cartoonist that used to go by the pen name Hot Soup uh, hates me now because of that.
Ah,
So I was like, I assumed, well, D freaking hates me too. Then I guess if it made it to D, but it did not.
it did not make it to D, and D is definitely the kind of person that would have been like, okay, I don't have Scott's
All
phone
right.
number anymore, but let me reach out and find out what the hell's going on. Because, yeah.
Well, it's appreciated.
I do my damn. I mean, God, I gave Ethan Van Sciver the benefit of the doubt for like a year.
Oh, don't do that.
No. Oh no, that was many years ago.
Yeah, he does not deserve that.
No.
He is what we call in the industry a big piece of shit.
Yeah. Very much so. continues to down and triple down and quadro down on that shit. So it's like, yeah,
Oh yeah.
we were casual friends like 20 years ago, but you can go fuck off in a corner now.
Well, God don't like ugly. God's taking care of that. His wife just got diagnosed with Parkinson. Well, didn't just get, but
Oh my god.
she's at the point where the Parkinson's is starting to.
Mm,
It's going to start eating his time,
yeah.
and he's left himself no room for grace amongst industry peers that normally would be there to support him. So it's going to start getting not fun for that guy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the bed he made.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just going to make him angrier. So get ready.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
pretty easy to ignore.
Yep.
Even though I want to punch him in the face. All right.
Yep.
Enjoy lunch, D. It was really, really good catching up.
Yeah, you too. Anytime.
Yep.
I enjoy watching these, even if I'm just downstairs farting around on my iPad, because I do all my my pre-prep work here. I do my blue lines, I prep my pages because I still do all that in Photoshop, but then I take all that to my iPad and Ink and Clip Studio.
Nice.
And I'll sit down, I'll put the TV on, I'll put on something that I've seen a zillion times. I don't have to stare at it, or I'll put I'll put on the Brad and Dave's podcast or something, or I'll watch some of these and just let them run in the background.
Yeah, I think that's nice. It's nice to feel like you're hanging out, working with somebody.
Yeah. I do that a lot when we're working on like the Giant Girl stuff with Sabrina. We'll go into Dropbox or Discord, and we'll do the screen share so that she can watch me draw. And it's like having a studio. It's that idea, that thing that we all always kind of wanted, and it's super hard to maintain. But technology, it's one of the advantages of technology, is we can have the studios.
Yep. All right, buddy. We'll talk soon. Oh, I don't hear you anymore. Mm-hmm. What the hell? Did he sleep howl? Oh no. Oh no. He's so sad. Oh, buddy.
have a bad dream? What were you dreaming? You asshole, stop. Get down. You have a dream? That was quite a howl. That was quite a howl. Oh my gosh. Mother. Yeah. You calling for Bella? You calling for Bella? Okay. Hell dogs, huh? You guys are making me want a nap. You should nap. Ugh.
Why did my mic go off? What the hell happened there? How long have you guys not even been able to hear me talk? Jesus. Saturday night you said that does it look you said that Saturday night you said not to get all parasocial weird on you, but I have fond memories of the Scott Kurtz era listening to you and seeing you on podcasts and videos, and that your brother and you still quote me on a regular basis. Good Lord, what could you possibly be quoting? I'm afraid to ask. John said, I've got some yeast rolls dough rising. Angie's baking bread inspired me. Awesome. I think everyone should bake something today. And Donald Delay wants to know how many pages are you now? I'm working on page 2. So not great. But wait, hold on. Yes. But I at 7:30 I had to draw this last panel, so that didn't count as the first page. So this is the first page I had to do, and I didn't have any of this background. I had to come up with all that. So that panel threw me for a loop. So yeah. But now I'm on this page. So I've technically been going almost 2 hours now. I would say the first half hour we kind of goofed. So not great. Good morning to you too, Tonka Tough. But look, we're going to keep. I want to Brendel fly my Big Mac. I don't remember that. Blood diamonds. I don't remember that either. The drinking from the spigot and the double axe to the back. Yes, that's fun. But I want to Brendel fly my Big Mac. That sounds like something Chris said.
Wow.
What? Bring that bread to me.
We can't cut it open yet.
No, I know. Oh, Angie. You're so excited.
I mean, that looks like a really good loaf.
You made bread. That was easy too.
Super easy.
I can't wait to make a sandwich on this.
It just needs to cool. It looks good.
I'm proud of you.
Well, let's wait and see how it tastes.
No, still, I'm pretty proud of you. That looks pretty great.
It looks good, right?
Get your ass away from my bread.
Lucy's like, let me look.
Yeah, I don't even want her to think about it.
But it looks good.
You're using a tangzong to make your bread fancier? What's a tangzong? What's a tangzong?
I have no idea.
The fuck is a tangzong?
I'm not that into baking.
Well,
I don't know what that is.
the world may never know. Did I bring my little webcam into your room? Or did I bring it?
It's right there.
Oh, yeah, duh. And you.
It's Lucy Can. Do you want me to hold it in front of the Lucy Can?
No, I was going to plug it in so everyone could see the bread. But don't worry, I know you don't want to be on camera.
Are you sure you want to be on camera?
No, I don't want to be on camera. Nobody wants this on camera. Hold on.
Because I love you, but
Oh, no, it's great.
your hair.
That's what happens when you shower. Hold on. This is what happens when you shower and then sleep on wet hair. Oh, look at that.
Oh, I know what it looks like.
Okay. No, get out of here. Look at the bread. Look at the bread. She made bread. She made me bread. Can you in fact, when you get a chance, throw me my ball cap?
Where is it?
It's on my side table.
Here.
Oh, that Webcomics Weekly laugh track thing was the best. I want to hear that again. When Brad gets caught in that infinite loop. What? That's got to be on YouTube or something somewhere. Do you remember Tonka, do you remember the Delicate Genius Can't Be Touched episode of the Power Hour? Was me complaining about making comics taking time. Let me see. What's the matter?
My pho package busted up. This
Oh, Jesus. That's got to be somewhere. There it is. That does that sound like me still?
voice is
Brett immediately laughing. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh shit, man. Oh man. His his connection was always so bad. I couldn't see this. Could not. I will. Ah. Good times? They were good times. At this point, I don't even know if anyone can hear me anymore. I don't know what's going on with my fucking stream today.
Huh?
I can't. This thing isn't really good about letting you know if anyone can hear you. Oh, they can hear me. Okay. Fuck. It's bad. If you don't have your camera on, you can see a little expanding thing letting you know that the mic is picking up. No one needs to freaking see me.
Turn the camera on.
It's off, baby. Trust me. Ugh.
Also, doesn't it have its own mic? Does it interfere with that?
No, I have it set to. Yeah.
All right. Can I head back downstairs?
Okay. I love you too. Bruh. Holy shit. America's sweetheart, Brad Geiger. Hold on, I have to add you to the stage. Now I can hear you. What's
You've
up,
been going
my
for
brother?
almost 3 hours already.
I've been going since like 7:30, yeah.
Holy cats! This is a marathon session. How you doing?
I got to get the syncing done, Brad.
How many pages do you have in front of you?
Too many.
Yeah.
Although, as Chris Schweitzer likes to say, once you're past page 100, it's all downhill.
I'll have to take your word on that.
Lucy, did you just puke? I don't care. Hey. Hey. Get out of the kitchen. How you been, Brad?
Good. We had a very nice Christmas holiday where we were doing a whole lot of nothing. Like we didn't
Yeah.
have to be any place. Nobody was coming over. It was just my wife and I and my two sons, and we sat and watched Hallmark Christmas movies the entire time, and just
Nice.
kind of like made fun of them as they were going. Laughed ourselves silly.
Did you watch Hot
Carolyn,
Frosty?
what's that?
Did you watch Hot Frosty?
That was the best one. That was the best. Out of all of them, that was the best one. Hot Frosty was the top of our list. And there was a one with Brooke Shields in a Scottish castle. And there was this guy that was clearly her love interest. And we kept saying, like, different times, it's like, man, if that guy was just a little bit better looking, he'd look just like Carrie Elways. He's almost like somebody trying to be Carrie Elways. And we got to the end, the credits rolled, and it was Carrie Elways, just a little bit older. So yeah, we had a great time. But Hot Frosty was the best. I take it you watched that one as well.
No, I've just heard a lot about it.
Oh, well, I guess like I started like looking into it, and the actor that played Hot Frosty was from Schitt's Creek, which I know you were a really big fan of.
Yeah, he played.
But he only had like a couple of months to get in shape, so like he had to do some drastic, because from the neck down, he was amazing. It's just that his
Yeah.
face was really kind of awkward.
Yeah, he's kind of a goofy kind of guy.
Yeah. But he played it. He played his part well. He was a very hot snowman.
Okay.
But that's what we did the entire time. Just watch these dumb movies and then laugh our asses off at what was going on. And the one I'm really impressed with my one son. They really have an ability to like visually tune in on stuff. Because there was one, oh, I forgot. I'm sure somebody in the chat's going to know it. But the guy and the girl, they both broke up. They had a terrible cringy, he proposed and she turned him down. And so they go their separate ways and they found other partners. And on Christmas Eve, they both are invited by their partner's family. And it turns out basically they're dating brother and sister. So
Oh.
they end up in the same house for Christmas Eve, and they get treated terribly, and it's really kind of a horrible situation. But the movie, the entire thing, the lighting was wrong in the entire movie. It was making Alex crazy because like people would show up on screen. Kristen Chenoweth was in it, and
Oh,
every
God.
time she was on screen, she looked so gold. She looked like C-3PO's mother-in-law. She was just golden from top down, and it was just visually, it was just a terrible movie to try to get through.
Now I'm going to sound like an old man, but some of these movies lately, they're filmed so fucking dark.
Yeah,
You can't tell what's going on in any of them.
and they mumble. Even if I didn't have hearing problems, which I do, I'd have to watch it with the closed captions on because people mumble now.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, and by the way,
there's a lot of mumbling.
Saturday night's got it right there in the chat. It was called Our Little Secret, and it's it's a train wreck. Right? If you turn it on, you won't be able to not watch it. But yeah, movies are different now. Darker, a lot of mumbling. They don't make them like they used to. They don't make them like Glengarry Glen Ross, which was
No.
beautifully.
Well, not everything can be.
Oh man, not everything can be Glengarry Glen Ross. I
No,
want to,
no.
that would be a Glengarry Glen Ross Christmas. Now that one I would watch.
Would you put the eggnog down? We were just strolling down memory lane because someone in the chat was talking about he and his brother still quote things from my podcasts and stuff from what he calls the Scott Kurtz era, and mentioned how the laugh track episode of Webcomics Weekly still kills him. And I just played it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I just played it. You going? What? So good.
I remember I was still working at the Daily News at that time, and I remember going in to work. I worked 4 to midnight shift, and I was listening. I didn't hear the show until you guys posted later that night, and I listened to it for the first time in the newsroom, and I was laughing so hard that I couldn't laugh out loud. So I had my head down on my desk and my shoulders were bouncing up and down so much. People thought that I was weeping, like I had a death in the family or something, because because they thought I was weeping at my desk. Good times.
Oh, that's interesting if true. This guy Saturday Night says that he thinks they balance audio on streaming releases for headphones.
Really? Oh, that's a neat thought.
That's an interesting thought. I did almost die during that podcast. You can hear Chris screaming, "Cut him off," and I couldn't because I was laughing so hard. My eyes were watering and I could not see the computer screen to do anything. I could not force my eyes open enough to cut him off.
Yeah, that was fun.
We had kind of a shitty Christmas. I'm not going to lie.
What happened?
Well, Angie's out of work, so we didn't really get anyone any gifts because we're saving money.
Yeah.
And then Reagan, we were going to go over to my brother's house, but both Reagan and Miranda had fever and vomiting, and we're like, nope.
Yeah.
And then on Christmas Day, I wanted to for my dad and his. So my dad has known his best friend Herman since they were 5.
Oh gosh, I remember you talking about Herman back in the day. Yeah.
So Herman emails me all the time to ask about my dad, you know,
Hmm.
and it kills me because the only thing I have to report is, you know, he's sitting in an old person's home being cared for 24/7, and he needs help taking a shit, and he's excited about Wednesday because it's Raspberry Day. You know, like
Yeah.
it's not what you want to report about somebody's best friend, you know. And he's not really
Yeah.
sure what day of the week it is, and he doesn't really keep track of time anymore. And so you know, he was like, "Tell Frank I miss him," and he says that to me all the time. And I over email, it's real easy to, it's much easier to communicate with him because I can use all kinds of tools to translate. And so I said to him, like, "Hey, for Christmas, I'm gonna go see Dad, and we're gonna call you, and I'm gonna get over
Oh,
there
okay.
early, and we're gonna try that." I said, "I hope that it'll work."
Hmm.
You know, it's a toss up, right? Because I didn't know, like, is Dad going to be able to hear someone on the phone? Is he going to be able to follow the conversation? So, um, I got there and he did pretty good. It was early, and when it's early, his brain really hasn't woken up yet,
Yeah.
and so Herman would say something, and then Dad would kind of like look at me, and I'm like, Dad? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, did you understand him? And he goes, yeah, he said, and then he would repeat it. And I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
but you don't have to tell me. He's talking to you. Talk to him. And then
Yeah.
Dad's like, yeah. And so now I'm like, I need to explain to Herman, you know,
Yeah.
that what's going on, you know. So I pull out my phone and I stumble through telling him, hey, because I had to come early, so I'm not calling you at fucking midnight in Germany because you're
Yeah.
so far ahead of us. I've caught him early, and he was napping. I guess it was time for his like 9 a.m. nap.
Yeah.
So his brain hasn't fully woken up yet, and so he hears you and he understands you, but his brain isn't telling him to respond yet. He needs to wake up. And I said to him, I said, I'm sorry that this is so difficult. And
Mhm.
I didn't understand what he said. And I said, I can't remember now how you say I'm sorry in German, but I said, you know, I'm sorry. Ich spreche Deutsch ein bisschen, aber nicht sehr gut. Right. Which means,
Uh-huh.
like, I speak a German, but not really well. And he said back to my dad something, and my dad starts laughing. And I said, what? And Dad said, he says your German's better than his English, so don't worry about it. And then after
Yeah.
that, it was fine. Like, he just needed to wake up.
Yeah.
And then uh afterwards, when we were done, he said, I've known him for 75 years. And I said, yeah, you have. And he goes, boy, I wish I could snap my fingers and be where Herman is. And I said, yeah, I wish that for you too, Dad. And then I was like, I
Yeah.
got to get out of here. I got to go.
Yeah.
And then he goes, well, hey, let's go out into the main room. And I said, yeah, it's probably time for you to eat your lunch anyway. Because God, they
Mhm.
serve them lunch practically at freaking 11 in the morning, 10:30. And so he was done. That was enough for his brain. I said, that tired out your brain? He goes, yeah, a lot. And I'm like, cool. Well, we're done. I just really wanted you to talk to Herman. He's like, well, I appreciate it. So I got to go home. But man, I went home and I said to Angie, this Christmas sucks ass.
Yeah, yeah, because now you've got that hanging over your head. You know, it's on your mind for the rest of the day, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wish Dad was here hanging out with us, not there. It was really funny because he was like, uh, how's this guy? How's Brian Regan and how's Angie? And I'm like, nah, not so great.
Mhm.
We kind of wish that she had employment right now. And I said, but we're gonna be fine. And then he goes, oh no. And I said, it's okay, Dad, we're fine. And he goes, no, I gotta poop. So I went, oh, okay. And then I said, he's got to poop. And I'm like, they're coming. He goes, all right, son, I appreciate you. Bye. And I was like, all right, I've been dismissed, which happens.
Yeah,
When he's done, he's done.
Yep. No, yeah, there's no pretense. It's just
Yeah,
done.
he's like, bye. The best part is when he's talking to us and he wants to lay down and take a nap. And he's like, it starts like this. He's talking to you, and then he goes, boy, I sure wish I could lay down in the bed. And we're like, all right. We call him in. They put him in the bed. And then he talks to us for about 5 more minutes. And then the ball cap gets pulled down over his eyes.
Uh-huh.
And I just go, Allah Allah, which is like German slang for you all done? Like you when you're
Yeah.
done eating. Like you'd say to a kid, Allah Allah. And he just goes, yeah. I'm like, Mr. Merda, hey, are you tired? He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, talk to you later. Bye, Dad. My brother and I, we joke all the time because when we would when Miranda was real little, we would go pick her up at school.
Mhm.
We'd show up, or he'd show up, and she's like playing very intensely.
Yeah.
And she's just super into it. And then she sees I'm there or Dad's there. And it's just like whoever's hanging out with her, she's just like, later, bye. Like, not a goodbye, not thanks, it was fun. Just, fuck off, I'm gone. And we would
Yeah.
always go, goodbye, temporary friend.
Thanks for being here until my real friends showed up.
Yeah, bye. And so we do that whenever Dad pulls the cap down. We're like, goodbye, temporary family. Jeez.
Yeah, we were laughing. We didn't even stay up. Like I wasn't up past 9 o'clock for New Year's. It was just like, nah,
No. Are you
I'm
out of your
over this
fucking
shit.
mind?
I after years and years of working the midnight shift at the paper, nothing makes me happier than going to bed at 9 o'clock.
Oh, man.
I love it. Did you stay up?
Fuck no. My dogs get us up at 5 a.m., man.
Now, do you get, like where you live, do you get the fireworks and stuff?
I'm sure somewhere they're doing like official fireworks, but
Right.
they're not, it goes county per county if fireworks are legal or illegal. In our county, it recently went illegal, but the people here don't give a shit.
Right.
And there's people on our street that will the fireworks go off for any reason. Like, I mean, Seahawks touchdowns get fireworks. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. And does that now? I hear a lot from people who have dogs that their dogs really are bothered by that. Your dogs,
Yeah, our dogs
bothered
don't
by
give
the
a shit.
fireworks.
My first Basset, Kirby, he really flipped out. He didn't like thunderstorms and he didn't like fireworks. But no, our dogs don't care. They don't even know it's happening. I don't think Charlie even is aware it's happening. So, hey.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think about this. Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm sitting here in Seattle where the cost of living is huge.
Yeah.
It's just astronomical. I am in a house that I paid. Well, I didn't pay. When I bought it, it was it cost $372,000. According to Zillow and Redfin, it's now 1.1 to 1.3.
Ooh. All right.
I have debt. We're struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And my best friend Rob said, my wife and I would like to make you an offer. Sell your house, pocket 500 to 600K, pack up your stuff. We'll put most of it in storage, move into my basement, live here 6 months. Angie gets a job, get on your feet. You're immediately solvent. The cost of living in West Des Moines, Iowa is cheap as shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can be at peace. You can have financial stability. You can have a savings. You just don't live in Seattle anymore. You live in West Des Moines, Iowa.
Right. Right. And you don't have quite the degree of privacy that you used to have.
Well, for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, for 6 months.
I would try to do it to where we could go and just get a place. I would try to really. I don't think it's going to be very fun to live. I don't think they're going to like it. I don't think we're going to like it.
That was my first thought.
But the idea of moving to a, your first thought is, oh, I really love the Pacific Northwest and there's so much to do. And I love the climate and I love the culture.
Yeah.
And I love that it's a blue state. And then it's like, also, I've left the house 5 times since 2020.
Yeah.
I really don't have any in-person friends here anymore.
Yeah.
Not really. Like, I don't know. There's something very appealing about it to me, if for nothing else than to finally be able to say, hey, I've got a couple bucks in the bank. And I mean, it's not going to be the same for us, obviously. But retirement's right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. How do you think about retirement these days?
I try not to. I mean, I'm realistic. My wife has a pension plan through her work. So, in that regard, we're going to have some money from a pension. Supposedly, from the newspapers I worked at, there is a pension out there, but every year I get a new letter in the mail saying, well, we're just hanging on. We're not sure we're going to be here much longer, and stuff like that. So, like, I pretty much plan on working until I drop. I don't see
me
myself
too. Like, I don't
retiring at any point.
Well, no, not in the sense that, we're going to retire like Sergio and Stan Sakai retire, right?
Right.
I mean, we're always going to be making shit. Maybe we do some less shit than we used to, but we're already kind of doing that now.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Angie's got 401k stuff from her previous job. That's, I think, now what do they call it when it's not a 401k anymore? What is it? A Roth IRA? What do you call it?
Oh yeah, and she converted it to an IRA.
Yeah.
Individual retire account. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got one of those. It's pretty nice. And then, I don't know. I mean, I guess it was a big deal for my dad to leave us something. I don't know how much of that's going to be left the way that things are going.
Yeah.
Because as far as I can tell, he's just not dying ever.
Mm-hmm. Here's my question. How is Brian going to feel about if you decide to move to Iowa? Because as I remember, one of the reasons he moved to Seattle was to be near you guys.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? Like, it's not going to happen right away. It's not anything that can really happen like within a year or something. Probably, I don't know. It would take time to get the house ready, and I don't know. It's not even. There's things that have to happen first. I think we should one of the first things we should do is go and visit, so Angie can get more of a feel for it. I grew
Yeah.
up there, but you know, it's one of those things, right? Like, other thing is I don't want to be away from Dad, so it would be hard to move
Right.
away from Pops. And I do enjoy watching the kid grow up too, but she's 11 now. Pretty
Mhm.
soon she's gonna hit this phase where she does not give two shits that I exist. I don't know how much time I'm gonna be spending with her.
Yeah.
But anyway, it all comes down to, in my opinion, like, it feels like a responsible thing to do. Like, I have this asset that I could turn into, some kind of a nice nest egg for that time. Because, like, retirement for us is not going to be like, well, we're done. We're just going to kind of hang out now. Retirement
Right.
for us is going to be, well, Scott really can't draw since the stroke. It's going to be,
Yeah.
it's going to be something like that.
Hmm.
We used to, when I worked at tech support in like 95, I had a manager that would listen in on calls. They would listen in every once in a while. And this lady called in and she's like, this computer has not worked right since the fire. And I was like, oh, okay. And
Okay.
after she went on hold, she goes, she goes, well, let me go try to find that. And all of a sudden I hear a manager pop on the call and go, it was an event because it's not a fire, it's the fire. And
Yeah.
I went and I said, yeah, there was life before the fire and then there was life after the fire.
Yep.
He goes, if it was like we had a fire and the computer's been working weird, I'd say you're gonna fix it. But
yeah.
it hasn't worked since the fire, that you're not gonna get that thing booted up again. And so it was kind of his way of letting me know not to stress. It was funny, but we ever since that stuck with me. But
Isn't that funny how he was doing that job for so long that just that one little thing, it just set off his antenna.
yeah, it's a big deal that it was the fire.
The fire. Yeah.
Every
Jesus.
time it was rare they did it, but anytime they popped on the call, it would always scare the crap out of me.
Oh, well, yeah, because you forget that they're there.
Well, and also because it was usually after the call ended. So you're like, okay, thanks for calling Compaq. And then you get off the phone and now I'm typing in final details and someone comes in and all of a sudden you hear, hey, a good call. And you're like, ah!
It's like the voice of God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that I think of sometimes in terms of retirement is that we live in a 2-story house and the bathroom, we've got a
Oh, yeah.
bathroom on the first story, on the second story rather, and in the basement. And, at some point we're going to have to either add a bathroom to the main floor or we're just going to have to, sell the house and move on. But that's going to break my heart because I kind of love living at that place. So
It's a nice place.
I don't like the idea of moving.
It's a nice place. But as someone who has looked at the stairs going down to your basement and said, nope.
Yep.
Those stairs, man, I took one look at those stairs and I was like, these were built in 1920. Fuck.
Yes.
Back when stair was still, etymology wise, was still spoken in a way from the root that meant ladder.
No. My in-laws remind me of the same thing every time they come over.
Oh,
That's
really?
yeah, that's a very we take our time up and down those stairs
Oh yeah, man. I would. Holy crap.
because they are narrow.
They are narrow and they're
narrow stairs.
steep.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a different time. Well, and for the most part back then, you weren't using your basement for that much other than that we had the front room that was a coal uh, chute basically and held the coal for the furnace
Yeah.
and just a little bit of plumbing down there, but it wasn't meant to be much more than that.
You know what's funny? I still, to this day, remember sitting on your stoop with you, hanging out at your place,
Eating soft pretzels.
eating soft pretzels, and I still to this day remember you telling me the story of I was like, "What are those little holes on the front of the houses?" And you're like, "Oh, that's where you put in the heating oil."
Yeah.
Because some of these houses still run on oil, and you were telling me how the big trucks come by,
Hmm.
and one guy came by, and you were saying, "Oh yeah, most of them are concreted over now," and I'm like, "Why?" And you're like, "Oh, one time one of the trucks came and got the wrong house and just filled their basement up with oil."
Yeah. That's a true story. I've had that confirmed by old timers living in the neighborhood. That was a big thing. Came
I
home
love your
to a
neighborhood,
basement full of heating oil. The smell
and
alone had to have been terrible.
and the time I was staying there, all of a sudden
Mhm.
out of nowhere, a goddamn drum line just came down your street. It was awesome.
Yeah, those guys were down not too long ago. So it was during the election. They came through around November. It's always pretty cold for them to be out, but they go through quite a bit.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and there's so many ways that Philadelphia in general and that neighborhood particularly is on one hand, it's like 2050. They're way ahead of a lot of stuff. Very, very advanced. Like if you get sick, there's no better place to be. The university hospitals are right there and you can get top-notch care. And on the other hand, there's ways in which it's 1950 where you still hear stories about people living with their parents until they're married and then they leave the house on the wedding day and they move in with their new partner and it's just a couple of doors up the block that they're
Yeah.
staying within the same neighborhood. You've got people living 2 or 3 doors down from each other, and it's just like it would have been in 1950. It's a real weird mix of culture.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons why and I don't know if this is something that will please you or upset you, but it's still one of the reasons why my favorite thing you've ever done is Fables.
Yep. No, me too. I would love to still be doing fables if there
Yeah.
was if it was feasible. But
Yeah.
Fables was great.
I loved that, man. I loved reading it every time.
Yeah, I
You were
still and
robbed. That deserved an Eisner. I'm still mad about that. I'm sure you're like, you're mad.
Yeah, that's my Niagara Falls moment. Every time this topic comes up, I think about that guy getting up to win his award, to accept the award, saying, "Oh yeah, web comics. I should do another one of those. I only did like 4 of them. I should maybe do one more
Who
sometime."
was it? Was it the Sam and Max guy? Was it Steve
Yep,
Purcell?
yep, Sam
Was
and
it?
Max, and it was for a series that was ostensibly uh, an
Like a
advertisement
promotion.
for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a promo. Yeah, that was painful to sit and listen to. Yeah, I had done Fables for a little while and I made a really ham-handed. I wish I had it to do over again. I think I'd do it a little bit differently. But I
Mm.
basically what I wanted them to do was make me a columnist, as it were, and I would do fables, courting disaster, and I was pitching another feature to them at the time that would be more for the entertainment page. And that would be, I would be the equivalent of a columnist, but I would do that because Fables actually, the first year it came out, it won an award for the best local newspaper column in Philadelphia.
Oh,
Which-
wow.
If you understand anything about newspaper culture, columnists are kind of like the top of the line.
Sure.
Like everybody wants to be a columnist. They write what they want for the most part. And they are, you know, the top of the food chain. And for a fucking graphic artist, the lowest of the food chain, to win a columnist award, it was a little chilly in the newsroom for a couple of days after that.
Oh, wow. Really?
Oh yeah. But afterwards, you know, when things had settled down, I made, again, not a great attempt, but I was trying to get them to just make me a columnist, and then I would do just comics. And of course, they they didn't like that idea too much. It was
Yeah.
it was much more important that I print out the weather map for the night and do those kind of things, and that was fine. But it would have been eons before its time to have something like that. And I think the only place it could have happened was the Daily News. They were the only for, you know, warts and all. They took such amazing chances and risks, especially for a newspaper back in that day.
Right.
But yeah, I tried. There's a version of the world where that actually came about. Although I shouldn't complain too much because it's one of those things, be careful what you wish for. If I would have gotten it, it would have been way harder to leave when I needed to leave. And leaving
Mm.
was the best thing I ever did.
Yeah. You still feel that way?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I leaving was the best thing. I believe that 100%. Especially when, like, I will still have stress dreams about working at the newspaper, like
Oh,
being
yeah.
on deadline and stuff like that. I still have stress dreams about that whole environment. And it just got, after I left, it was because, you know, I was taking the buyout because they were under financial stress. And after I left, they combined newsrooms officially with the Philadelphia Inquirer, and it just got, was not the newspaper that I signed up for any longer.
Yeah. I remember when they made you the offer and you were like, oh.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
Because didn't they had talked about it once and you were deciding if it was the right time or not. There was a weird
well,
timing issue.
yeah, I was getting married in 3 weeks.
What?
So the whole story. So I had going to the
No,
going.
the buy quitting, not
Oh! I thought you meant the Daily News. Yeah, yeah. Quitting. So the deal there was that they were having a buyout. It was a pretty good sum of money that they were offering for anybody that was going to leave. But the other thing was that they said if we don't get enough people leaving because of the buyout, we're going to be taking one person out from every department based on seniority.
right.
And even though I had been there for 12 years, I was the low man on the seniority list.
Yeah.
So the upshot was I was gonna, if I didn't take the buyout, there was a good chance that I was gonna get laid off. And if you get laid off, you don't get the buyout money.
Right.
You just lose. So
I
I
remember
was
you
like,
saying that
yeah,
you
this
were, I
is the
remember a
time.
story about you like in someone's office with your union rep there with you.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. That was, yeah, and they were telling me what I would get and how I would make it and all of that. And it came down to at a certain point, it was just like, well, you got to take a leap of faith. Carolyn was 100% behind it. She was like, yeah, you got it. You're never going to get another chance like this to really see if you can make this thing work. And so, we had a little buffer with we had the buyout money, the severance money came in kind of a different way. So that wasn't quite as much of a help as I thought it might be. But, we launched. The next day, I was in Emerald City having that fun. And then, oh gosh, it wasn't more than a year later. I was doing pretty good. I had made the transition. The buffer money helped out great. My ad networks were all doing wonderfully, and that was 2013, the year that ad blockers came out.
Yeah.
And then it was like my ad money just kept getting that check got smaller and smaller and smaller until pretty soon it was like, holy shit. I used to be able to pay my mortgage with one of these checks, and now I can't pay my electric bill with it.
Jaconis says, "Dear Dr. Geiger, congrats on Spice Rack. The Comic Lab episode made it sound really cool."
Oh, cool.
Brad, what is
Yes.
Spice Rack? I have not listened to the episode yet.
So, you're gonna love this.
Okay,
So,
I'm excited.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about where we stand with social.
Oh, uh-oh.
What?
You've been thinking?
Oh, yeah. This is always a problem when this happens.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking about where we are with social media and doing a lot of thinking, especially after Threads kind of tanked. I was kind of thinking not only I've had an ongoing theory that I think people are over social media a little bit, but also thinking about how it's kind of getting to be one way or another. We've got to find non-social media ways of building and finding an audience.
Yeah, we
And
do.
I was thinking about that a lot. And I started thinking about the first few years of webcomics. And we found audience at that time without social media. We
Yeah.
didn't have social media to do it. We found audience, and we had a lot of strategies in place of what to do when you did find like a new audience member. And a lot of that had to do with cross promotion and things like community things like web rings.
Right.
And I started thinking, how can I bring those concepts back and kind of update them for the publishing landscape we have now? And
Okay.
so the main thing, especially with the new administration coming in and
Mm,
Project 2025 on the horizon, which has some real uh, uh, tough changes in store for not safe for work in general, but not safe for work comics is in that as well. And it's actually I started at the beginning of 2024, and with the election, I really kind of put it into high gear. But what I wanted to do was get a way that for not safe for work comics creators could do that same thing. Like they find a reader and pass them on, for lack of a better phrase.
Okay.
And so remember the old Keen Spot news box?
Yeah.
It's basically that. I went
Oh,
out
are
to a
you gonna
bunch.
you're gonna put it together?
Yeah, it launched at the beginning of November. And what I did was I went to a bunch of comics creators who were doing adult comics and had a website. You had to have a website. And I said, hey, I got this idea. Everybody gets a week in the promo box, but you got to put the promo box on your site to qualify. And I reached out to a guy and had him do all the developing, all the coding and stuff that I'm not able to do.
Yeah.
And I said, here's what you do. You up. Here's where you up. He built a whole back end dashboard for us, which was really great.
Wow.
And so now we've got a system where you can sign in, you can update 2 different sizes of banner ads that'll run on these other. And I picked people that I kind of thought would have good, robust audiences, people that would have decent traffic. And I sold them on the idea. And I said, this isn't a collective, like in the old style sense of the word collective. But what I really want to do is behave like a collective. So I want us to do cross promotional events together. I want us to do, I want us to act like a collective. So we're going to have
Nice.
something coming out where there's going to be kind of a big event that we're doing for Valentine's Day. We started a Blue Sky account and immediately started getting some real great traction on Blue Sky. So it's kind of that. It's a way that I can get a small group of people acting as a collective or a cooperative, doing a lot of cross promotion, a lot of like when I see that person posting on Blue Sky and he's one of my guys, that's an automatic retweet. That's an automatic, uh, boosting the
Yeah.
account.
Repost.
Yes, yes. And we're only, I don't know, 7 weeks in, but it's going really good. We've had a number of people in the promo box, and they've all said that they've gotten some good results out of it, like whether it's increased traffic or a bump to their Patreon or something like that. It's been a good experience.
Wow.
So now it's like, now that I see a little bit of a heartbeat there, now it's what can I do with this? How can I
Yeah.
make this like? How can I encourage other people to start their own collective actions? How can I take this idea in different directions for us? Do we want to bring other people in? Do we want to expand? It's that kind of thing now. So this year is going to be pretty interesting, as just to see if we can make that into something.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, my next thing is trying to figure out how to teach people to use RSS again.
Oh God, wouldn't that be great?
I'm telling you, I know it's like out there, but I think if we kind of led by example, I think we could, and if we made it cool to do, I think we could teach people to use RSS again.
Well, have you noticed that when you use Substack, it's almost like an RSS for Substack?
Yes.
So people are kind of using it.
Yeah. And we just I think that the technology behind RSS is still so solid and so good for people like you and me and the stuff that we do. I think it's worth pursuing a little bit and seeing if there's a there.
I mean, does it still exist?
Oh yeah, RSS is still out there. There's still RSS readers. There's still people doing, grassroots things with RSS. We've just gotta we literally just gotta remind, and there's an entire generation that doesn't know anything about what a web ring was. And that's
Right.
basically the Spice Rack thing is just a web ring with a fresh coat of paint. Uh, we've
Sure.
just got to teach them what it is and say, oh yeah, this is this thing, and here's how you use it, and unleash it on a new generation of people who are gonna then go out and see how easy it was to use before Google kind of unilaterally shut it down.
Yeah.
And I think there's a path forward for that too. So basically, my whole thing in 2025 is taking a whole bunch of these old ideas and retreading them, reintroducing them, because I think we're in a real interesting spot social media wise where people are very, very open to trying new things.
Okay.
I was just
What?
reading through the comments. Jinkona said, when Brad Geiger has an extra 10 minutes in his day, he uses it to invent a whole new way to promote comics.
Yeah, no
You
kidding.
don't know how right you are. You don't know how much time I spend in the shower. Literally talking to myself. It just like, because I've always been fascinated by this stuff. Just different ways to get your stuff out there and different ways to promote yourself. I've always found that appealing. Zombie Rumi says that he still uses RSS because people still use it, and I think that's right. It's one of those things. You know how you remember that old Yogi Berra quote? It's such a popular place, nobody goes there anymore.
Yeah.
That's what so much of the internet is. We've been told nobody uses websites anymore. It's all apps, it's all social media. Nobody reads anything on websites anymore. But I know that's not true just from my Patreon. I know 100% that's not true. And people say, well, the only place to get a person that reads comics is on Webtoons. Well, I know that's not true. But there's certain truths that we all kind of hear so much that we just start believing them. And as soon as you start to poke holes in it and question it, you find out that there's a whole lot of opportunities out there.
You think so? Because that does really feel true.
It does. Except, this is one of my oldest rants. I'm not looking for a comics reader. And I think anybody that's looking for a comics reader is kind of making a mistake. I'm looking for somebody that's into the themes and ideas that I address with my comic, whether it's the particular sense of humor that I bring or the stories that I talk about. I'm looking for somebody that's into that. And I don't care if they're a comics reader or not. And I think people are making a big mistake if they are looking for a comics reader. McDonald's isn't looking for somebody that likes food, right? They're talking about what makes their particular food unique and I wouldn't say good, but they're gonna promote it as such, right?
Right.
But think of what a comic is. There's when you say a comic, it's such a broad range of things that saying that you're looking for a comic reader You're really looking for somebody that has a preference of reading pictures and boxes with words above them. That person doesn't exist. It's not like if I like Tintin, it doesn't mean that I'm automatically going to like Strangers in Paradise. But they're both comics.
I mean, true.
So I think the idea of, well, that's the only place I can find a comics reader. I've said a couple of times, one of these days I'm actually going to do it. But I stopped doing comic conventions in 2017 because I just was not making money, right? It was like, what am I doing here? I'd make good money at one show, and then I would go to the next show and lose my shirt. And, it was like being a gambler. And
Also, there are no comic readers at comic shows anymore.
well, and nobody who's interested in any kind of reading. They're interested in getting autographs and
Yep.
doing a whole different type of thing than we ever were interested in offering. But I would still do a convention. I just wouldn't do a comic convention. I'd do a convention where I was the only comic on the floor, and that particular audience was going to be predisposed to the kind of stuff that I do. I would do that in a heartbeat, but I wouldn't do another comic convention because it's not about the medium. It's about the themes and the
Well,
story.
I'll tell you what supports that theory
Yeah.
is my best shows with Table Titans aren't comic conventions. They're
Right.
gaming conventions. Because I need to find gamers.
Right. And that's the kind of stuff that your comic leans into extra hard. And so
Yeah.
they appreciate what you're doing.
For sure.
So I keep I keep threatening, and this year just the timing wasn't right. But there is a convention of adult performers that happens every November in New Jersey.
Oh,
Exotica with 3 X's, of course.
right.
I've always there's been a couple of years in a row that I came very close to pulling the trigger on a booth at that show, and just took I would just take the after dark stuff and that kind of thing and see how it goes. And the opportunity of being, I think there might be a couple other people doing similar things, but the opportunity to be one of the few comics on the floor, I think it would, I'm very optimistic about what might happen.
It's like when Terry Blass goes and displays and exhibits at drag shows or FlameCon.
Right.
Yep.
I would just as soon do that than do a comic
I'm
convention.
picking up what you're throwing down. I signed up with a booking agency that books kidlit authors to go do school and library signings.
Oh, you'd be so good at that.
So I'm really looking forward to doing a lot of that in 2025 because I've really got to promote book 1 in preparation for book 2.
Mm-hmm. How did you get hooked up with? Because every now and again, I think about, like, they call them a speakers bureau, and they're where you would go to book somebody to do like a speaking presentation. And I'm like, oh, I'd be so good at that, but I don't know how to get into those circles.
And everyone I know that does it and does it well, and I ask, hey, how do you do that? And they go, oh, I just kind of put on my website that I'm available for it. And I'm like, thanks for nothing. Bye, Scott McCloud.
But I've been doing that for a couple of decades now.
No,
But
this
you got
is
hooked up with this group that specializes in children's book authors.
yeah, yeah. Um, and setting you up with school signings and library appearances.
I
Um,
love it.
I was trepidatious at first because there was a setup fee up front, and that made me go. "Mm."
Yeah.
But I've talked to a bunch of the authors that work with Sarah and they're like, yeah, we felt the same way, but no, it's fine. It helps her get you set up and in the system and all this stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that you don't want to do that she's going to do, and she doesn't make a ton off of your appearances. So yeah, it makes complete sense.
Mhm.
So yeah, How Now is the name of it.
How now?
How Now, yeah, booking agency. Let me
Well, I
see.
remember we've got a mutual friend that said that those can be very well worth your time.
No, yeah. That's what I've heard. And of course, like my agent is like, well, you do 40 school signings, you really get your numbers up. And I'm like, when am I doing that, Tim? 40?
Yeah. Yeah, when are you gonna get the book done doing that?
Stop it. But I've done one so far. I've done a library here locally. Someone came to my book signing that was a fan, and they're like, yeah, my sister, when I did my book launch, someone there was like, my sister runs a local library for a school here, and she'd love to have you. And I'm like, oh, well, here's my email. Have her email me. And so she emailed me, and I'm like, anytime you want, I'll come out. And she's like, well, what's your speaker's fee? And I'm like, speaker's fee? Aren't you like a school library? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, keep the money. It's look, if it was out of town, it's one thing. This is my community. This is my
Right.
school system, my library system. I don't have kids. And so, this is my way of contributing. And
Yeah.
so we came out, she had me out. It is a school, the program she works for, basically, they provide, if you have like an autistic kid who homeschools most of the time, and you're homeschooling them 2 or 3 days of the week, they can come up to the school and you can come with them. And it's a program where like they get in class time, like they get in a school time so they can socialize and that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
But maybe they're not in a position to be able to do well every day of the week at school, right? They're better at home, I think.
Yeah.
And so it's that kind of a program. And then the library runs all this D&D stuff, and the kids just love playing D&D. And so I was going to meet a bunch of these students that all play D&D and stuff. And so I just sat down, and there were a ton of parents there and all the kids. I was so nervous because it's like junior high was the worst school period of my life. I hated it. I hated middle school. That's when my anxiety developed.
Yeah.
But I was like, well, I'm going to show up, and they're going to take one look at me and go, they're going to say all the mean things that happened to me when I was in middle school,
Right. Yeah.
But now I'm an adult and I'm terrified of these kids. And I sat down, and I was telling Jamar, like, I'm terrified. And he's like, you going to draw? And I go, yeah, I've got my iPad with me, and they're going to put it. And he goes, yeah, just draw. And I go,
Yeah.
why? And he goes, just draw. Trust me. And so, yeah, when I got back, I was like, well, you were right. He goes, did you draw? And I'm like, yep. And he goes, and suddenly you were a superhero, right? And I go,
Yeah.
yes. And he goes, yeah, immediately you're a rock star. So like, and yeah, I was like explaining how I make the comics, and one kid was like, we're like discussing something, and a kid goes, "Oh, like a Rubik's cube," and I go, "What did you just say to me?" And he goes, "Like a Rubik's cube," and I go, "How do you know about this? How do you know about a Rubik's cube?" And he's like, "I have a Rubik's cube," and I go, "You speak of an ancient relic of my people. How do you know of this?" And so, like, the thing that sold them, the thing that made them all go, was I said, well, like, after I told them how I made the comic, I was like, so tell me about your D&D character, and who wants to tell me about their D&D character? And this one kid, Harvey, he's like, oh, I'll tell you about mine. I'm like, cool. What was what's his class? He's like, well, he's a ranger. And I'm like, okay, what race is he? And he goes, he's an Illager. And I'm like, an Illager? What are you saying? Well, what? And he goes, and they're all the kids are like, Illager, Illager. And I go, I'm not familiar. What is that, homebrew? And he goes, you know, like Minecraft? And I go, oh, a Minecraft Illager? And he goes, yeah. And I go, I thought, yeah, of course, they're kids. Of course his D&D character is an Illager. I mean, no one gives a shit if it's not in the rule book. And so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, what does he wear? And I just drew his character right in front of him live as he described him, and everyone was like, "Could you draw my character?" So
now you got a thing.
Yeah, so everyone, I'm like, look, I've got a lot of books. I don't have a lot. This is what I had on hand. And the moms were coming up and going, how do we pay for the book? And I go, no, you can't pay me. I don't have any way to take money right now. And they're like, thank you so much for coming. This was amazing. This is so wonderful. And please say you'll come back. And I'm like, I'll come back. And this one mom comes up and she goes, hey, the next time you come back, we're buying books. We'll figure out a way to do it, but we will be buying books. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, as a grandma and a mother, you don't get to just give books away. You worked really hard on this. And they were like, momming me.
Yeah.
Like, no. We'll accept it this time.
Yeah.
But when you come back, we're going to have it all figured out, and we're paying for books. Yeah. And they're like, this was amazing. And, I had a ball. We just had a ball. So if they all go like that, then it'll be great. It'll be great. But
and you've got a secret weapon. Like Jamar said, you can always drop back to just drawing, but then you specifically can draw somebody's D&D character, and that's like,
I'm already
you
there
can get out of
about
any
D&D.
trouble. What's that?
I'm already there to talk about D&D because that's what the book's about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's perfect.
The reason why the moms were like, no, you should be paid for this, is because everyone that picked up, I said, look, I don't have enough books for every kid, but if you make a list, I can have my publisher, I can order books.
Yeah.
And so when the kid would come up and they would go, can you sketch my character in there? And I'm like, sure. And then when we ran out of books for kids, they all just came up with pieces of paper. And the librarian was like, hey, Mr. Kurtz can't just sit here all day and draw everyone's character. And I'm like,
yeah,
if you don't need to kick me out, I will sit here and draw everyone's character. And they're like, what? Really? And I'm like, yeah, of course. And so I drew everyone's character, and the moms were like,
because that's time well spent. Those are kids that are not going to forget you.
No joke. If any of those moms were single, I could have asked any of them out that day.
I believe it.
Any of them, Brad.
I believe it.
And dinner would have been on them.
Oh, absolutely.
Fogo de chao.
Another night of the meat sweats.
Another night of the meat. I was telling someone the other day, I was telling Rob when we were at the Schultz Museum that, because we were watching TV after one of the nights, and Ferris Bueller came on, and I said at New York Comic Con one year, Brad Geiger and I went to Ruth Chris Steakhouse. And we told the Mater D that our name was Abe Froman.
Oh my God, I remember this. Yes.
And then our waiter comes up and goes, "All right, which one of you is a sausage king of Chicago?" And we started laughing. And he goes, "I knew it. I told her like they're messing with you. That's from a movie."
Oh, that was too good.
I remember us walking and seeing that Ruth's Chris, and you're like, "We didn't do well enough to eat this," and I'm like, "I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll pay. Let's go. I just want a steak."
That was my favorite part of doing San Diego. We'd always hit that
Lou and
steak shop.
Mickey's.
Yes. We'd always hit that steak place afterwards. It
know.
was always worth it.
My favorite night at Lou and Mickey's is the whole Webcomics Weekly crew went to Lou and Mickey's with Kevin McShane,
Oh my God, yes.
and you and Dave and Chris, and well, it was mostly Kevin, Dave, and Chris. They were doing Stan Lee. And this was before Kevin did fake Stan Lee.
Yep.
But like Dave kept going, "I've got an idea for a comic character." And then he would mix up all the heroes. Like he was like, "He's got the proportional strength of a spider, and he carries a shield with the American flag on it. I call him the Incredible Hulk." Like he was like doing this bit where Stan had gone senile. And then we kept having McShane do his Nick Nolte. And he just kept his whole Nick Nolte impression was just him going, "Oh, hell." Like, do Nick Nolte again. "Oh, God, oh, hell."
Yeah, Kevin was fun to hang out with.
Oh, man.
He is a funny, funny guy. And quick.
Just got married.
Yep.
Yeah, he's very quick. And underappreciated.
Very much so.
Every year he would come over and sad sack us with reports of how poorly Toopy Doops was selling.
Yeah.
And we're like, "Okay, we'll draw something new now." And he's like, "Meh." Like, God damn it, Kevin.
He's doing a new thing now, and
Yeah,
I think he's doing some of his strongest work.
he is. I don't think he works for BuzzFeed anymore, does he?
No, BuzzFeed, when BuzzFeed fell apart, then it kind of fell apart underneath of him. So he's doing a lot of like freelance stuff now and
That's
stuff
right.
like that. But he's keeping it together, but it's like it's that life of the freelancer now. He's always dealing with feast or famine and trying
He
to
was
make sure
doing
that he's
really
got
fun
all
stuff
his-
at BuzzFeed. That whole like
Yes.
he did like one thing where it was like draw a perfect circle, and
Mm-hmm.
He was doing some cool stuff.
He did a bunch of drawing shows where they would,
those were really
basically
fun
build
too.
it around drawing.
Yeah, the one I really loved that he did was he would sit down and they would say like draw from it was draw from memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like draw Mario from memory, and they're like, "Oh God," Yeah, that stuff was fun. And then of course he got to do that thing with Richard Simmons. It was great.
Yep. Well, and it was popular too, because I was a guest on one of those shows where it was a drawing show, and like I got such a boost from social media and everything else from a whole bunch of people that clearly had never heard of me before, and obviously a very much younger crowd than I was used to, and it was really amazing.
I need to stop at some point. God, it's only 11:30 my time. I guess that's what happens. You start at 7, man. You can get some shit done. You get up. I've been streaming for 4 hours. What is wrong with me?
Holy cats. That's a lot of time to stream.
Yeah, I need to take a break. I didn't think about that, but let me finish this page. It's not that bad.
I was just checking out your chat. Fixum dude said, "How much time do you spend in the shower?" Talking about thinking of comic stuff in the shower. Probably
Well,
more than I should. I know different times my kids have walked past the bathroom and heard me talking in there and just realized that their dad is certifiably insane.
oh, I'm sure. I remember overhearing Angie one time when we were at a party and someone was like, "Oh, it must be so nice that Scott can like work whenever he wants to." And she just laughed. And she's like, "Scott's always working."
Yep.
And they're like, "What do you mean?" It's like, we can be on vacation and something will happen and you can see him breaking it up into 4 panels,
Hmm.
working it out. How does that fit in the strip? You know, that kind of stuff. Or this would make a good story. She's like, "You can't even watch TV with him."
Yeah.
Because he's like, "Okay, if I was writing this, this is what I would do." Or I do this a lot. And I'm like, this really would piss off Angie when we're watching like some police procedural. I'm like, it ain't him.
Yep.
And she's like, "Why not?" And I go, "Because he's like not just a day player. He's actually like an actor. You
Right.
know, like he hasn't been super famous since he was on Boy Meets World, but he's not a day player. He doesn't come in to just be the one guy that's not the guy, you
Right.
know." So he's involved somehow. He's either a red herring or he's it. And that turns out, or I do this and I go, uh, like, if anyone on a TV show sneezes or coughs, you go, "Uh-oh." And Angie's like, "What?" And I go, "That's something." They're like, "What?" She just coughed. I go, "In real life, in a movie, if someone sees their cough, they cut and retake it because it's a goof."
Right.
I go, "It's
Well, and how about
Chekhov's sneeze."
how about this one? When and this happens a lot where uh you'll have one character have a scene where the whole basis of a scene was, oh, this character's a really nice person. This character's wonderful. I remember it happened in Game of Thrones. There was that old guy that was guarding the Queen of Dragons, right?
Yeah.
And he went through this, they had this whole beautiful scene together when that he was talking about when he used to guard her father, I think it was. And they used to go out into the city together dressed as commoners, and they'd leave money for people and have a great time and party and everything because they loved being with. And the whole point of the scene was that this is a really nice character. And I remember looking
He's
to
dead.
Alex sitting next to me, and I'm like, "Yeah, he's a goner." And
Yeah.
Alex like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "He is not long for this world. They are escorting him out within the next 10 minutes. He's going to be gone." And it's more often than not true. There's only one reason to have a scene like that, and that's so that they can rip your heart out when he finally dies in the next scene.
Oh shit. That moment in Clip Studio Paint where you filled something that you forgot had an open spot and you got to wait for the computer to catch up with filling the whole goddamn thing in black.
Because it's filling. Yep, it's filling everything black. Yep. I wish there was a cancel that it feels
You
like
can
there should
kind
be
of
an
try,
easy
but it
way
doesn't
to
always
stop
work.
that. Yeah.
Hello, Robert Sinicki. Someone said hello. I didn't even see. All right, 2 more panels, and then I can take a break. I'll do the stream. Ugh. Yesterday was a tough day because I wanted to get stuff done. I wanted to do this yesterday, but I kind of had I've had an idea for another book that was kind of a very, very, very just not really an idea. And
Right.
the idea was that it started off as I had an idea for this little dragon, just this little short runt of a dragon that kind of runs around on 2 legs, and he's little, like, he's not much bigger than a chicken, and he wants to be a dragon really, really bad. But he can't be because he's too small. And so he just runs around just being a fucking nuisance. And so like I just had like he's just mad. And I just I had him pictured in my head and I just liked him. And I just pictured him like he like goes into this like now it's time to raise the town. These villagers won't know what hit him. And then he goes in there and he just like pisses them off. Like they're like, get out of here,
Right.
stop kicking our chickens. And he's like, rah, and he like tips over a table and they're like, my apples, damn it, come on. And then he's like, ha, 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 I'll be back. You're not seeing the last of Thrax the Malevolent, and then they're like, get out of here. And then he goes to this cave and he's got a little itty bitty pile of gold, just a little one. He just like triumphantly plops on it and just goes honk shoe, like I just love that idea. And I was like, I drew him, and Angie's like, he doesn't look like a dragon. He looks like a Godzilla. He looks like a dinosaur. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What? He doesn't look enough like a dragon. What the fuck does a dragon look like? Like a dragon can look like anything I want it to.
Right.
It's it's not real, And she's like, no, that's not a dragon. And so like I gave him horns and wings, and she goes, yeah, that's a dragon. I'm like, yeah, that's one kind of dragon. But I'm like, when we did Table Titans and we had a whole story about dragons and like Brian Hurt drew a ton of different dragons, and there was like one was more like a worm, and there was one that looked like this. And she goes, yeah, but you had one dragon that looked like a dragon. You can do that, but you got to have at least one. I was like, oh, God's sakes. So here, I'll bring up a picture of what I drew. Hold on. She's like, no, he doesn't look like a dragon. Where is it? Oh, wait, I got to go to, okay, here. I don't know if you can see this or not.
Oh, yeah.
That was him.
I love that.
Yeah, I like him too. Hold on a second. This is the JPEG, so it's real small. Hold on. All right. It was this. It was just this doodle.
Yeah.
I just liked him. And so I was like, well, yeah, he does look more like a little baby Godzilla than he does like a baby dragon. And then in my head popped the word, I was like, yeah, he looks more like a kaiju than a dragon.
Oh,
And then I went, Kai Jr.
holy shit.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, not only that, but the funny thing was, I was talking on the stream about it because I was like, guys, tell me, could this be a dragon? And they're like, yeah, no, I thought dragon when I first saw him. I'm like, yeah, I have an idea for a story, and I'm going to call the story Bad Dragon because he's a bad dragon.
Yeah.
Not because he's like terrifying, but just like he's bad, like a bad kid. And they're like,
Bad
oh no,
at
you can't call it that. You can't call it Bad Dragon. Don't call a kid's book Bad Dragon.
Oh.
And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Why?
you
And they also like, don't Google it. And I'm like, what? What's Bad Dragon?
can't.
And I was like, uh-oh. So I Google it.
Yeah.
You know what it is, right?
Yeah. It took me a second, but then as soon as they said don't Google it, I'm like, yeah, okay, I know what that is.
So I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, I can't call it that. And then that like turned me off, and I was like, I don't like this idea of him being a kaiju. What can I do with that? And all of a sudden, this whole story just popped in my head, like the whole outline. And I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh. And then, so I was like, well, I'm not getting any work done on this today because I cannot make my brain not think about that.
Right.
I just can't.
And nor should you when those moments come up. That's the time you've got to be smart enough to, because you can say, oh, I'm going to come back to it later, but it's never the same.
No,
You gotta write that stuff
I
down
had to
when
start
you're
writing it all
inspired.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad I did too. So, yeah.
Kai Jr. is a great name.
Yeah, now I gotta go. I've said it on stream too many times.
Plus, you've got when you draw the adult kaiju,
Yeah.
you've got an open slate. Because a kaiju
Yeah.
can be anything.
Yes. So one of these days I'm gonna call you and pick your brain about it because I'm stuck on a couple spots.
Ooh. Yeah, count me in.
But like, oh, I could do a kid's book that's just all about my love of growing up watching Godzilla movies and Ultramans and giant shows and all that stuff. I was never into Power Rangers. I was too old for Power Rangers, and I just never thought it was as cool. But I was definitely
Yeah,
into
Power
Ultraman
Rangers
and-
didn't feel right.
Do you remember there was a series, there was a Japanese series, and it was like 3 giant robots, and they kind of had like their heads kind of looked like the Sphinx. They had that kind of mushroom hair.
Mm-hmm.
What was I don't remember the name of that, but I remember watching that too as a kid.
Are you thinking of the Shogun Warriors?
No, I know Shoguns. I know
Okay.
Raideen and Mazinger and Combat. Well, now I'm combining the Marvel version of it. Combatra and Vanguard Ace. I'm sitting here with like 2 or 3 Godzillas on my desk that are Super 7 does little figures of the Shogun Warrior Godzilla. And every time they come out with a new one, I freaking either buy it or get it as a gift.
Plus, kaiju is kind of an area that's like there's a lot of dragon books, but kaiju is a
Yeah.
little bit unclaimed yet.
There are a ton of dragon books, yes. This doesn't scratch the itch of this little guy going around and kicking stuff and them going, get out of here. but I like it just as much, if not better.
Yeah.
So I'll if the book turns out, I'll have to send a thank you email to the good people at Bad Dragon.
Won't that be nice?
Guys, because of you, it made me rethink my whole book, and now here's a copy of my book that is not Bad Dragon because can't do that. And they're like, what a cool story. We want to send you some free stuff. And I'll be like, no, thank you. That's okay. I shouldn't have written. Good day to you. I don't know what you guys got going on over there.
I bet you I bet you they're the nicest people.
I know. I'm sure they're the nicest people. The nicest people that really want to fuck a dragon.
Ah!
Really bad. I just thought of, do you remember, have I talked to you about this? Do you remember that Sally Struthers commercial where she's like, would you like to make more money? Sure, we all would.
We all would.
You remember that,
That's
right?
the one where and she does the little pause before she says gun repair because she didn't like that one so much.
No, yeah, gun repair. And then the thing that always pissed me off about it when she was listing the careers was one of them was art. You're like, what? Art? There's no such thing as art for a career. Would you like to fuck a dragon? Sure, we all
Sure, we all would.
get Sally Struthers to. She's not busy right now.
No. Hey, I'm telling you, it is one of the hottest genres in romance novels is monster romance.
Get out. Really?
So my wife was like, you really need to read romance. You're missing out. And I'm like, nah. And one night I was looking for something just to put in the background of the studio because I was just bored of everything else. And so she had given me a couple titles, and I tried a couple, and she's right. Fantastic writing. You can actually learn tons from romance writers. And so I started listening to romance novels here in the studio to have in the background when I was working. And so then I saw a bunch that were like, oh, monster romance. What's this? It's like, a woman falls in love with a minotaur, or there's a couple where they fall in love with a dragon. And there's also kind of a very interesting, like, underneath all of the storytelling where this huge, horrendous monster is actually better to her than the guy that she was dating before. Right?
Of course.
It's like,
yeah,
he's misunderstood, but he's a nice guy. He's a nice minotaur. And
he's a nice minotaur.
I started like listening to a whole bunch of these monster romance, became absolutely enamored with them because it's like nothing you've ever read before. Like there's the one that she falls in love with a dragon, and now they've got to kind of figure out physically how to make relations work between his dragon body and hers. And as much as it sounds like it's like all pornographic, a lot of it is more emotional than
it's more
like
romance.
That. Yeah. I'm telling you, it really turned me on to thinking about writing in a different sense and focusing on some of the emotions and stuff where I previously had been really hyper focused on the punchline. I started thinking about things a little bit different, and it's been a good thing.
Yeah, I have a friend who My buddy that I worked with back in the before times when I did tech support that I based Cole Richards off of.
Mhm.
He his wife, that's all she does is romance stuff.
Yeah. It's the fandom is amazing. I surprised Carolyn there. I discovered this podcast for romance, and they were having a live event in New York. It was not so far from like Brooklyn. And so I surprised Carolyn with tickets. We made a weekend out of it. She was thrilled. We come into this small, it was like at a hotel, but they had a big not a conference room, like an auditorium.
Yeah.
And they had this place packed with romance fans that were ravenous for these people. One of them was an author, but the other one was a librarian. And they just talk about books. Holy cats. Like I came back and I told Dave, I said, I've got a great idea for something we can do with Comic Lab sometime, but I don't know that we are ever going to have this level of fandom that I saw these two women generate with romance novels. It was
Yeah.
amazing. Like they would talk about a book and all of a sudden everybody in the room, it was clear, had read the book, knew the characters, were intimately familiar with the subplot and the storylines, and it was a rollicking. I've never seen anything like it in comics. It felt very much like the very beginning when we'd go to a comic convention and we were super excited because nobody else was talking about this stuff. And now all of a sudden we're in a room with a bunch of other people who were, fans of this thing that is not part of the wider pop culture.
Yeah.
And it felt very much like that.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, she does really well with it. Well, you're making me feel very hopeful for the new year.
Good. I got a feeling I'm going to be white knuckling it for the entire 4 years.
Oh man, I can't. I still am so pissed. I just can't, man. I can't
I know.
fucking handle it.
I know.
But part of me thinks like this doesn't make it much better. It really doesn't make it better at all. But
Mhm.
part of me is starting to believe that he got in. I don't think he's going to be able to do a goddamn thing at all. I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish any of his crazy goals. And I think
Mhm.
he's got 2 years to do it before everyone starts panicking about who they need to suck up to next. And
Right.
you know what
Right.
I
The
mean?
midterms, the
Yeah.
midterms in particular.
Right. Like I don't think. I mean, if what's been going on the last, couple months is any indication, have you heard about the whole Speaker of the House thing now?
That's what I just went out because it ties into our discussion. Mike Johnson elected. Oh, he was just elected Speaker of the House. Yeah.
Oh, they did it? They voted him in?
Yep. That's what I'm seeing here. 2:42 p.m. Eastern time.
Well, there goes my theory.
Yeah, I thought Johnson wins speakership on first round after last minute vote changes.
Yeah, Johnson wins dramatic vote to remain House Speaker. Wow. I really thought it was going to be a repeat of last year.
Yeah, I did too. I did too.
Well, buckle up.
I know. I know. Well, there's so much stuff going on, and some of this stuff, like the net neutrality ruling that just came down this week, that's not great. And like technically it happened under the Biden administration.
Well, and I'm telling you what, man, I'm about to turn in book 2 right here in the next month.
Mhm.
I don't think any publishing company is gonna make any kind of a decision about new books
Oh,
anytime soon with
I'm
these
trying to figure
threats
that
of
out.
tariffs.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that stuff out for myself. Like,
Yeah.
because I really want to get a Kickstarter out the door in the first quarter. And how do you do that when you've got a tariff hanging over your head? And
Yeah.
these guys, it's not like they're gonna if they decide to drop a tariff, and that's one thing Trump said he was going to do like on day one. So I mean, we do have that. Uh, but if they do decide to all of a sudden do it on something that's not day one, when the word comes down, they do this stuff very, very quickly. It's not like they're going to say, "Okay, you're going to have 6 months to make plans and blah blah blah." It's like, "Okay, you're
No.
fucked today."
Yeah. It'll happen immediately. Oh my.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I'm gonna go. I have to take a break, and I'm gonna go have lunch. I've been streaming now for 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna stop streaming. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. 4 pages.
Nice.
So wait, let me make sure that's correct. That might be incorrect. One, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 pages. I've done 4 pages. Okay. So let's say I would have liked to have had 5 by lunch, but I've got 4. So I'm not
Yeah.
going to stream anymore today, but I think I'm on track to get to my 10 for the day. If after lunch I do another 3, I'll be happy.
Hell yeah.
I'll be happy with that. So, yeah. Thanks for joining me, Brad. I miss you, man.
I was happy that our schedules aligned. I had nothing but inking to do today, so it worked out perfect.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, oh shit.
Enjoy your lunch.
I'm going to. Angie baked me she baked. My brother brought back sourdough starter from Italy.
Oh,
And so she's been doing a lot of sourdough stuff. But then this morning I woke up and she's like, I'm just baking a normal loaf of bread. I'm not using the starter. I'm going to see if I can make a loaf of like sandwich bread. 'Cause
yeah.
I told her yesterday we're almost out of bread. And so I'm about to make a sandwich. I'm about to slice up homemade fresh white bread. So I'm excited to try that.
Love it.
But yep. All right, brother.
All right,
Love
bud.
you,
We'll
man.
talk to you
Thanks for
later.
joining me.
Thank you. I had fun. Bye-bye.
Tell Carolyn and the kids I love them.
I will.
All right. And everyone here, thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking with me this morning. I know it was a long stream, and a bunch of you stuck around, and it was great. I had a couple pages here that were tougher panels, so I didn't get. When anyone comes in and goes out, it unmutes the mic. That's what it is. If anyone comes and goes, it takes your mic off. Okay. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around with me. I won't be streaming anymore today. I think 4.5 hours is enough. But I'll tweet later how close I get to my goal of 10. I think I might get to about 6 or 7 today, if I'm being honest, but that's respectable. So I'll take it. But yeah, thanks for sticking around with me this morning, guys. It's been great. You guys really kept me going, and I appreciate it. And we'll stream more. I don't know if I'll do any this weekend, but we'll stream more next week. So love you guys. Take care of each other, and I'll talk to you. Is this fucking mic on? Yes, it is. And I will talk to you on the flippy flop. Click. Dalto.